Because on this day.
On this day, Benny King was born.
Benny King?
1938. Benny, B-E-N-N-Y, Benny King. Benny King was born on this date. His name actually is Benjamin Earl Nelson. See, E.
I thought the E stood for entertainment.
It stands for excellent, Gary. No, it's so his middle initial is E. His name is Benjamin. Middle initial E, King. I explain this because whoever entered his information into our system said, so Stand By Me by Benny King, and somebody just wrote Benny, B-E-N-N-Y. Not having any idea who the person was or even probably what the song was. Or maybe it heard the song.
But even if they didn't know that, when you put something into the system, you have it in front of you what it is. It's not like you just pluck it out of the air and go, I think this is Benny King. It's written down what it is.
So, but the brain works in an odd way sometimes. You see Stand By Me, Ben E. King, and you go, oh, I'm going to enter that. Stand By Me. And then you don't look back at it. You just go, Stand By Me, and then you go, Benny King. That's what happened. Didn't have, for someone who had no idea who Benny King was.
It's just, I can't believe. They'll let anybody do this effing job, right? I mean,
it doesn't pay well, Carrie.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
they let Nick do it.
I mean, these people will. I've had program directors tell me, never deviate from the rotation. These songs are picked for a reason.
Carefully,
you know, and so here he is. He's picked it for a reason, but he doesn't have it entered in correctly.
No. But that's not true as well, because it's the computer who picks it, and I don't think the computer has any reason.
The computer didn't pick it.
Programmed, no, but I mean, when you're talking to a program director and they say, don't deviate from the playlist because these songs are picked for a reason. Oh, by the computer? They were picked for a reason by the computer.
Well, it's an algorithm.
Well, I mean, the song was picked for a reason to be placed into the system, and then the system, yes, picks it. But these program directors will tell you that they cultivate their playlists with a fine-tooth comb, and much research is done, and, you have to play this song and not that one.
Here's the research that's done. Is that station in L.A. playing it? Okay, we should play it too. Being a program director is an exact science. Benny King. Nice. How many hits did he have?
That's nice.
That is, isn't it?
Does he did a version of Valley Girl that was great.
So it's Moon Unit Zappa's birthday today, and I was roundly laughed out of the morning meeting.
I didn't say a thing.
You would have gone with it.
You also just didn't want to play the song, though.
Me?
No, Carrie.
Oh, Carrie.
I didn't say anything. I was listening to both of you.
Make our arguments.
And then I made the decision to play Benny King.
Which was the wise decision.
Like, oh my God.
Like, totally.
Yeah, this is great,
It's fun, Bill. We need some more fun in our lives.
Well, why don't you go out and find some?
It's our job to bring fun to people. That's to entertain the nice people.
I'm not going out anymore.
That's it? You're done?
I had a harrowing experience yesterday.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Do we put it on the schedule and dive into it
yes,
deeply?
Yes, we should.
No. It was just I went to get some pickup at a cafe that I like to go to, a little restaurant. We were going to go to Pretty Bird because it's easy to find a parking spot downtown Sunday, but Pretty Birds decide they're not open on Sunday anymore. Oh. So we had to default to this little cafe. It's just over that way. Mm-hmm. And they
over yonder? Is it over yonder, Carrie?
It's about mile that way,
As the crow flies?
as the crow flies. But they have no system at all for, I mean, I walk up and there's a sign that says, dine in this way, take out that way. And I thought,
Okay.
oh, good, they have a system. Well, they do. They have a system for the dine in. But for the takeout, not so much. Little tiny gathering area. All right, first of all, problematic. And there's nobody watching and nobody paying attention. The employees can't be bothered. And then there's a guy sitting over here with his mask dangling from his ear. I thought to myself, why is it dangling from your ear? Oh, you're on the phone. Oh, you're not speaking on the phone. You're looking at your phone. You're not talking, actually. Why is it? So there was that.
This was an employee?
No,
or
this is a person
customer?
waiting to get there. And then there's a whole family of 4 ordering takeout at this little cash register. And I'm like, you get the phone, you use your phone,
Pay
you
on
get the
your
menu
app, yeah.
online, and you sit. If you all have to go, you sit in the car and you order from there, and then one person goes up and gets it. Instead, it was 4 people, and they're all, well, I don't know, what do I want? And then they order.
You had pre-ordered, right?
I had pre-order. I called my order in. I was, and I'm desperately standing behind this group of people, trying to get the hostess's attention, and I'm doing the phone mime thing, you know, and I'm tapping my chest. I called in.
Okay,
you know?
sir, I'll call you in a minute. I'll call you. Don't worry.
And it wasn't even that. It was what? And I said, I called in an order. Oh, what was the name?
Yeah, I prefer the places that have very smooth systems. I'm more likely to go back to those that
But
have a whole.
this family of 4, they order, right, and then they just stand there, and nobody in the restaurant said y'all ought to wait outside or something. There was no direction at all, and it pissed me off. Yes, but I realized an hour and a half later, I was still having kind of mild, kind of panicky feelings about it, you know.
Yeah.
And so I was telling Sue about it, and she goes, "Well, all right, we're going to go get our shot today. We're going to go get our flu shot today, and that's it. We're not going out anymore. Everything will be
That's
delivered."
ever?
and I said, she goes, "Are you okay with this shutting down?" I said, yeah, I am okay with the complete shutdown and not going out again. I'm fine with that.
What about comic books?
That will be the one thing. No, actually, I could have Dave mail them to me. He's offering that service, so maybe I will have him do that.
I actually went out to dinner to a restaurant, to Current, the restaurant downtown, and sat outside and had dinner and felt fine about it. They were.
I'm sure because they have a system, right?
They have a big patio,
You know?
and the tables are far apart. And when I walked inside just to where the hostess is. And she scared me because I didn't see her, and then it turns out she was bending down to do something behind the host, and then she just popped up like a jack in the box. I went, "Hey, what? Hey!" But she took my temperature. She said, "Do you mind if I take your temperature?"
Wow.
And I said, "No, that's fine." She said, "Okay, turn around and bend over." No, she just did a little, forehead. Well, you know what I hate about that though is I had to ask her. She took my temperature, and she said, "Okay, fine," and we'll take you to your table. And I said, "Well, what was it?" And I mean, I am assuming that it was within
range.
limit, but I want to know what it is. And she went, 98 degrees. Okay, thank you. But they should, and nobody does it. Whenever you go to someplace and they take your temperature, like businesses, some do, they don't tell you. They just go, "Okay, you're fine." Yeah, but what is my temperature? I need to know. So,
I mean,
anyways, pleasant.
I understand people are bored with the whole thing, but it's still here and getting worse because you guys are bored of it. You're not.
I find it interesting that when the numbers were like around 200, everybody was locked down at home and not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And now they're 1,000 a day. And
whatever.
It's a matter of time. It's people. We're on day whatever, 182 of us being broadcasting from home, and people they're getting stir crazy, and they know winter is coming.
Winter is coming. I mean, I haven't eaten at a restaurant in 7 months, but we get takeout all the time from. That's how we're. Well, I mean, we enjoy it, but that's also how we're supporting local restaurants. But, so the three of us are all in different levels of comfort with these things. I'm not there yet with the dining in person, but I want to keep our restaurants open, so I'll keep getting done.
I won't do it. I won't do it if it's, if it seems like it's dicey. I won't do it. But that current was fine. I've been to Oasis a couple of times, and it's, again, outside, big area. So.
Honestly, I thought about fleeing without my order.
Yeah.
For a good 30 seconds, I was like, I'm going to just leave it because I didn't pay for it, but I'm just going to leave without my order because this is crazy. But then I remembered how hungry Sue was, and,
I'm hungry,
and that would be bad. So
I'm hungry.
Yep.
All right, let's get this going.
I guess we ought to officially begin the program. We'll take your check-ins. How comfortable do you feel? Do you feel comfortable with the Radio from Hell show? We'll take your temperature before we let you listen. That's kind of what we do when we do check-ins. We're taking the temperature of the audience. So it's 877-602-9696. Call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'll take your temperature. We'll see how you're doing today, what you think about it all, and how soon you're going to be ready to move to Florida where the fun is. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back to officially start the program. Message now from the state of Utah.
Have you heard about this thing called coronavirus?
No.
Have you heard about it?
No.
What is it?
It's apparently all the rage, and I mean all the rage.
It's raging.
raging.
Indeed. Coronavirus is, everybody wants to get back to normal life. But, take precautions. If you have to go out, or if you choose to go out, it can be done if you're careful. Be careful and be kind to others. Wear a face mask. Make sure that if you are feeling ill, you don't go out. If you think you have any symptoms, don't go anywhere. Stay home. Get a COVID test. The risks and health guides are real. The risks are real. The health guides are there for your protection. And you can find out all about them if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov. That's coronavirus.utah.gov.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host two game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry.
Although I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line one, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line two is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line three is offering you Lehigh Bakery Donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery Donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Hawk. Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina,
Yeah.
what did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
wanna
A.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying.
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
Don't. People should expect me to do that again. That was a.
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
like-
I'm trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell,
I'm,
you know?
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. 624.
I haven't received word if anyone's called to check in with the Radio from Hell show.
Nor I.
Maybe you'd like to do that at 877-602-9696. Check in with us. How much did you pay in taxes last year? How much did you pay in taxes over the last 3 or 4 years?
Better
was
question.
it more than $750?
How much did
I
you
bet
pay?
it was.
How much did you pay on hair and makeup?
Yeah.
Well,
Was it more than $70,000?
here, go to x96.com/live and take a look. Look at me. How much did I spend?
It was not more than $70,000.
Nothing.
Okay.
Negative dollars.
Anyway, call and check in with the Radio from Hell show, 877-602-9696, and we'll speak with you. Let's officially begin the program.
Let's just dive right in, Bill. Go for it.
Now, originating. Okay. And now. Now.
Now.
Okay. And now, originating live in Salt Lake City, Utah, from the X96 studios, perched high atop the second story of the 12-story Broadway Media Broadcast Tower, coming to you in full negativity and living color. It's the Radio from Hell show. Yes, you can see us at x96.com/live, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The producer of the Radio from Hell show in our downtown studio is Katie for short, except that's not her. That's Nick. Nick's your buddy. Nick's your pal. Nick at night. He's producing the show while Katie is raging at the moon somewhere in California or Oregon. Also helping out with the show, Skip, I believe, is there, and Miriam is there helping out today. The moon is on its way toward being full moon. It is lovely in the sky, 89.6% of full. It will rise today at 6:18 p.m., today being Monday. It's the 28th day of September in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020, and it is National Good Neighbor Day today. It's National Public Lands Day, and it's, Gina, it's Ask a Stupid Question Day.
Why are you directing that at me?
There you go. First stupid question of the morning.
That was right there.
Yeah, thanks for teeing that up for me.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
That was right in the sweet spot.
Let's go to Sean. Hello, Sean.
Morning, Sean.
Good morning, Lords.
This sounds like Sean P. Means, is it?
No, it is not. Sean Ernst. I used to live out there and hang out with you guys a lot, but I live in Wisconsin now.
Oh, sure. I know who you are. Hi, Sean.
Hello, hello. So I just wanted to check in. I'm about to go in to get an MRI here, and I'm hoping that they'll play you while I'm in the tube.
So what are you getting an MRI for?
Oh, okay.
I am getting my head checked for a possible aneurysm.
Oh,
An
geez.
aneurysm. Jeez. Have you had
Damn.
fainting spells, dizzy spells?
More debilitating headache while being in intimate moments. So,
Well, you'll have to cut that stuff out.
yeah, it's been a problematic few weeks.
Yeah, geez. Well, I hope
Well,
that you're
wait.
okay. Have you?
But I
Yeah.
would not recommend listening to this show while you're stuck in the tube. That may cause an aneurysm.
No, you guys keep me sane. Similar voices and things like that make me feel better.
Good. Will they
Thank you, guys.
will they put on a live stream? Because you got to be in there for a while. Will they do that?
Yep. They said they're going to give me headphones, so I'm not sure what audio they're going to pop, and they offered a solution, but I'm not entirely sure what.
It's going to be country music.
Probably.
Well, Sean, I hope you're okay. Let us know, will you? Let us know how you're doing.
Will do. I will be following up. Thank you guys so very much.
Thanks, Sean.
All
See
right,
ya.
thank you, Sean.
Jeez.
Wow.
In
I
Wisconsin.
remember getting an MRI and them saying, "What do you want to listen to?" You can't hear anything when you're in there. It's
Not very
bang,
well.
bang, 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 bang. It's,
I wasn't
I've
given
had
the
a few,
option.
I've had a few MRIs, and they and it didn't bother me, except the last one did for some reason. You know, claustrophobia. For some reason, the last one I got really panicky. Just like, oh God, get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Yeah, they didn't give me an offer to listen to anything. It was just, all right, lie down, hold still, bang, 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 bang. Okay. Let's see, 629 traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've had some issues this morning already. 201 freeway is closed westbound at SR 202. If you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll be diverted onto the 202 segment over I-80, and then you continue west from there. A fairly significant slowdown there, but it's the only one to tell you about so far. Unless you have something to tell us about, you can text it to us at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with big boy news. Very important sports on the way. Stand by for that. But first, we got to tell you about New Dwello Homes.
Well, listen, grants for down payment assistance to buy a home are back, and they're substantial. There's a substantial amount of money that you can get for a down payment, up to $15,312, or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. All you have to do to find out about it is text the word money to 62687. That's money, M-O-N-E-Y, to 62687. Now, you don't have to be a first-time home buyer for this, and these grants are completely forgiven within 6 to 36 months. You do have to have a fairly good credit score, 620 credit score or higher, to qualify for these grants, and also be able to prove 2 years of school or work history so they know you're a stable individual. So if you want to find out more about this down payment assistance, it's simple. Text the word money to 62687, and New Dwello will text you all the requirements.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our two Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. That I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, for hell's sakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend, in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped your borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own, except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Coming up after this, right now, all in one break, you got Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Very Important Sports. News brought to you by
Broadway Media and Park City Area Restaurant Association are bringing back the annual Dine About Park City, October 1st through the 18th. For a list of participating restaurants and lodging options, visit parkcityrestaurants.com.
That's an embarrassment of riches, you know. Having Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Very Important Sports all in the same break. That's an embarrassment of riches, I would say. You know what's also an embarrassment of riches is if you have the Peacock Network.
Yes.
All 45 seasons of SNL will be collected therein on the Peacock.
Starting a couple of weeks.
October 1st.
October
couple of
1st.
days. First time all of the entire library has been available in one place in a very long time.
Now, I read that story and I couldn't see. Does that include the musical acts as well?
Oh.
Let's see.
Because I know a lot of times rights issues and all
right.
that stuff.
It is possible It is possible the Peacock archive might be a bit incomplete. Musical performances, certain short films, and occasional sketches have historically been left off of other streaming services due to licensing issues. Nobody is sure, except the people who are putting it together at this point, what they've managed to do. So NBC, Peacock they're just saying it's all coming. Will there be? Well, there might be a few things left
That we
out.
can't do.
Yeah. But they're not specifying what that might be. The catalog will arrive on Peacock just days ahead of season 46 of the broadcast premiere of SNL. And,
I hope what's not on there is anything Rob Schneider was involved with. I hope that's the thing they have licensing trouble with.
the title of Sacha Baron Cohen's upcoming Borat sequel has been unveiled. The follow-up to 2006's Borat, which was called, everybody just called it Borat, but it was Borat, Cultural Leanings of America for Make Benefit Glorious Nation of Kazakhstan.
That was the title.
That was the title. Now the second one is called Borat, Gift of Pornographic Monkey to Vice Premier Mikhail Pence to Make Benefit Recently Diminished Nation of Kazakhstan.
There you go.
So,
Put that on a marquee, why don't you?
and apparently Mike Pence is in it.
Giuliani's in it.
Yeah, he managed to do something to punk them and prank them. It will be interesting to see. I liked Borat, except for the end of. Was it right at the end when it was the two naked men wrestling?
It was toward the end, yes.
Yeah, I just couldn't. That was just
Too much.
I can't take a whole movie of it. I can take
can.
short bursts of it. It's too much all at once.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You just go get him. Go get him, buddy.
Did you
And he
watch
does.
that series that was just recently on, where he did a whole bunch of
didn't.
different characters that weren't his usual stable of characters? It was called This Is America or something like that.
Right, yeah, I didn't watch it.
Because there was your short servings, and it was pretty funny.
The New York Times has obtained Donald Trump's tax information, extending over more than 2 decades, revealing everything he says is fake.
Yeah.
Revealing struggling properties, vast write-offs, an audit battle, and hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, which is coming due. Donald Trump paid only $750 in federal income taxes the year he won the presidency. In his first year in the White House, he paid another $750. As the president, he paid no income taxes at all in 10 of the previous 15 years, largely because he reported losing more money than he made. As he wages his re-election campaign, polls say he is in danger of losing. His finances are under stress, beset by losses and hundreds of millions of dollars in debt coming due that he has personally guaranteed. And I don't think they are specifying, and maybe the New York Times doesn't know exactly what all of those debts are.
Well, he's taken mortgage. I read. Did you read the whole article?
No, I haven't read the whole thing yet.
So it's mortgages on top of mortgages that some of them are with variable interest rates that correct next year. It's and him saying this is fake news. These are the papers that you submitted to the IRS saying, here's what I have and owe people. The New York Times just read it and is now giving it to us. Saying this is fake news would mean that you're lying about what you put in that paperwork, because that's all they're doing is showing us what it says.
So being the star of The Apprentice, he made $427.4 million. The Times analysis of the records found that he invested much of that. He turned around and put it back into his collection of businesses, mostly golf courses that in years since have steadily devoured his cash. Much as the money he secretly received from his father financed a spree of quixotic overspending. Remember, he had Trump Airlines. He had a college. He bought a football team. He opened a casino in Atlantic City that went bust. His financial condition, when he announced his run for president in 2015, lends some credence to the notion that his long-shot campaign was at least in part a gambit to reanimate the mobility of his name, the marketability of his name.
That was the plan all along. He didn't plan on winning.
He pays his family members as consultants.
Ivanka's a contractor.
Yeah, a private contractor. His Mar-a-Lago club started doing better when he became president, but it was just a money suck. He also spent tons of money on hair products.
$70,000 a year.
Yep. $70,000 a year.
I don't feel bad about my expensive face scrub now. It was a whole $20 a bottle.
But I think the Trump fans are going to hear this and go, yeah, I don't want to pay taxes either. Good for you for getting around the system.
And that's when you remind them, you know what tax monies are? You're paying for soldiers.
Yeah,
You're
soldiers,
paying for teachers.
police,
You're paying for police.
firefighters.
You're paying for your firemen. Okay? That's what your taxes are. And he's not paying for any of that.
And he also, even if he wins the presidency again, at the end of that 4 years, assuming there's a country left, he will be in such legal jeopardy that he's likely to be arrested.
Well, there's obvious fraud here because on the one hand, he reported a bunch of losses, but then in order to get loans, he overvalued the properties that he said were also getting losses. You can't; those two things can't coexist.
That's right.
That
Well,
means
and
you are
he's-
lying to banks or lying to the government, one of the two.
He's done that ever since, from the beginning, from way before he ever ran for president. He's always done that. He'll say, "Oh, this property is losing money," and then he'll go to Deutsche Bank and say, "Listen, I can secure a loan with this property. It makes so much money. It makes so much money." It's fraud. You're exactly
Lock
right.
him up. Lock him up.
Millions of dollars of cash. I borrowed $1 million, and now it's worth over $10 billion. I built a net worth of way over $10 billion. I've made billions and billions of dollars. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. That's what I do. I made a lot of money.
Get tired. This would be so tiring to keep
I
this
have a
up.
store that's worth more money than Mitt Romney. And they said he's probably not as rich as people think. And it turned out I'm much richer, right? You see.
Donald Trump's former campaign manager, his demoted campaign manager, his campaign manager who was shunted aside recently because of not doing a good job, at least according to Trump, and apparently he didn't. Brad Parscale has been hospitalized after reportedly barricading himself inside of his Fort Lauderdale home with a gun.
Really?
Yeah, police were called after Parscale threatened to harm himself Sunday afternoon. It's understood that his wife Candace made the call, the 911 call. The president announced in July that he was replacing Parscale with longtime political aide Bill Stepien. Well-placed sources told the Daily Mail that Parscale is under investigation for theft of campaign funds. Apparently, Parscale used his position as Trump campaign manager to enrich himself mightily. It's understood that he has been taken to Broward Health Medical Center. He is under lockdown because of experiencing suicidal thoughts. Trump campaign communications director Tim Murtaugh said of the situation, "Brad Parscale is a member of our family, and we all love him. We're ready to support him and his family in any way possible." No, that's not going to happen.
We have the best people. The best people. The best people. The best people. The best people.
Let's see. Utah now, we've surpassed 70,000 COVID cases, 5 new deaths reported on Sunday. 6,170 additional people tested since Saturday's report, bringing the statewide total to 249,000. It's going to come up in the hospitalizations. I know that's a key figure. 180 people currently hospitalized in connection with COVID-19. A total of 3,729 Utahns have been hospitalized since the beginning of the pandemic. It's going to come up in the boners because it's a boner. But the thing that really stunned me this weekend, I think it happened on Friday, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, saying, "That's it. We're opening up all the bars. We're going to open up all the restaurants. Have at it." Now, if you look at the coronavirus cases in the United States, where are a huge number of them centered?
Florida.
In Florida. Will people... Maybe this is Ron DeSantis' way of getting people to understand the virus. Because what are people going to say when in about 2 weeks or so, 6 weeks, Florida is just overwhelmed by coronavirus cases? Because I guarantee you that's what's going to happen.
He doesn't care.
Well, no,
He doesn't.
He will have to shut it down again, and he will do that. And then what are people going to say?
They'll say he gave people the freedom to choose to go out, and he gave businesses the freedom to make money. They'll defend him. People chose to go out. They knew the risks and went out anyway.
Why
Those businesses
is it,
have a right to be open and make money.
Why is it, though, that people cannot, if they look at that, they see Florida, a lot of COVID now, it's going to just skyrocket, and people look at that and they go, "Oh, yeah, it's a hoax. This is a hoax. This is fake news."
Until it touches them directly, they will continue to believe that. Until it's someone in their immediate family, they will continue to believe that.
And I want to know one other thing, too, and I know we got to go to break.
Yes.
But it's been bugging me all weekend. So we talk about our leaders here in Utah supporting Donald Trump. And yet we have been doing vote by mail here in Utah successfully without fraud for years now. It works great. How is it that our leaders who know that support a man who keeps trying to screw the election over with doubts about voting by mail?
Because he has the right letter.
How is it that Spencer Cox, you run the voting, so you run the election system here. You know how above board it is. You know how safe it is. And yet you support a man who lies constantly about it and only paid $750 in taxes, as income taxes, his first year of president.
I won't be voting for Spencer. I won't. All right. Weather or traffic, Gina?
It's chilly. I got my winter socks on this morning. My feet were cold. 48 right now for a low for overnight. Only going to get up to 70 for a high today. But did you guys notice the smoke is... A lot of it's gone. The skies were kind of blue this weekend. It was nice.
So you did go out. You went out. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't say I didn't go out.
Well, I mean, I didn't think you went out at all anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I took
She's
a drive.
got kids. Of
nice.
course she's going out. I'm the one who's going to go on lockdown as of next week.
We'll have to tell you what color the sky is, Carrie.
Right? Back.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Although you still got that Neff's Canyon fire over there, don't you, Carrie?
Still going?
We
I
need
haven't
to
checked.
check on that. 201 freeway closed westbound at SR 202. If you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll divert onto the 202 segment over I-80 and then continue west from there. Crash southbound I-15 at exit 332. This is Antelope Drive in Davis County. It is off to the left shoulder. And that's it. Things are moving pretty well this morning. If you see something not moving well, text it to us, 33986.
All right. We've got very important sports now brought to us by
whatever Ed had for dinner last night.
What'd you have for dinner last night, Edward K. Brass, attorney at law?
Good afternoon.
Hello. Afternoon?
I wish. Welcome to the last 3 days of September edition of Very Important Sports. You have 3 days to get the lead out. For Mauricio Paez, at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, and Raul Montemayor and his watchtower on the banks of the Rio Grande in McAllen, Texas, here's your Formula One news. The Russian Grand Prix in Sochi. Coming in first was Vladimir Putin of Russia. Second, Mitch McConnell of the United States. Third, Valtteri Bottas, Finland. Fourth, Max Verstappen of Holland. And last, fifth, Lewis Hamilton from Great Britain. In the National Hockey League Stanley Cup Finals, the greatest trophy in sports, Tampa Bay Lightning are up 3-2 over the Dallas Stars. Game 6 is tonight. In football, in the Premier League, the standings are first place Leicester, who blasted Manchester City 5-2 yesterday. Everton is in second. Arsenal, co-owned by tax-paying mogul Kerry Jackson, they're in third place. Fourth place Liverpool. Today's games are Fulham versus Aston Villa, Liverpool versus Arsenal. That's a big game. In MLS action, RSL 0 or nil, as the cool kids say. Minnesota 0. RSL's in 8th place, which is the last playoff spot in the West. In the NWSL, the Royals 2 and the OL Reign 2. The Royals are in 9th and last place in that league. And the Real Monarchs tied 1-1 with Colorado Springs. The Monarchs are in last place in Group C. Yikes. It's not a good year for soccer in the Beehive State.
Nope.
In high school football, 2A Power Beaver High School crushed Enterprise 52-3. Enterprise is a little town in northwestern Washington County, about 30 miles from St. George. Beaver won its school record 20th straight game in Little League football.
Wait. What, that was 52-3?
3, right.
What? Why?
Yeah.
So why did this little town of Enterprise? Why did they bother traveling to Was it Beaver or vice versa?
To Beaver, yeah.
Why
does that happen? It's because of geography. You know, the Utah High School Athletic Association pairs these teams by where they're located. And that's just what happens sometimes. And right now, Beaver's on a streak of really good athletes. They won the basketball title last year. They won the football title. Looks like they're going to win football again this year. It's just something that happens. It's the hazard of living in rural Utah.
Well, then don't you quit the team? Don't you just say, let's not have a team anymore?
No. We can't be quitters. Not in this day and age. Are we going to quit? Did we quit when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
No.
We
didn't. No. All right.
In Little League football, the all-knowing Suit Jr. playing quarterback for the Southwest Valley Barbarians broke his collarbone. He's out for the year. In college football, in a COVID-empty stadium, number 18 BYU behind 392 yards passing by Zach Wilson beat Troy 48-7.
Again,
the very important sports research department is unable to tell whether that was Helen of or Troy Rawlings, the Davis County attorney. First place Clemson was idle. Alabama won. Number 2, Oklahoma, number 3, lost. Number 4, Georgia won. Number 5, Florida crushed Mississippi. And number 6, LSU, the defending national champion, lost because they don't have a transfer from Ohio State playing quarterback this year. Utah State opens at Boise State on October the 24th. Utah will play schedule beginning either November 6th or 7th. It's not clear what teams they're going to play or when, but they'll play Arizona State, Colorado, UCLA away, and Arizona and USC home, but the dates aren't set. In the Big Sky, Weber State is going to play football, but they're going to play in the spring. So that should be interesting. They'll get more attention than they usually do. In the NFL, Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Montana and his wife were struggling with an intruder over their grandchild in a crib yesterday.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Saturday. Yeah. His wife seized the child away from the intruder, who then ran off and was arrested at a nearby home. Very important sports says that the odds are heavy that that's a person with mental health issues. Hall of Fame running back Gale Sayers, who was a Chicago Bear career, was cut short by knee injuries, both his knees. Passed away at age 77. He once had 6 touchdowns in a single game. In NFL action, the Bears beat the Falcons. Jalen Johnson from Utah had 4 tackles. The Bills beat the Rams. Zach Moss didn't play, an injured toe. The Browns won. The Titans won. The Patriots won. The 49ers won. The Bengals and Eagles tied. The Steelers won. The Colts won. Julian Blackman from Layton High School had 1 tackle. The Lions won. The Panthers won. The Buccaneers won. Tom Brady had 3 touchdowns. They beat the Denver Broncos. And the best part of that game was someone put cutouts of all the characters from South Park in the stands to take the place of the fans.
Yeah. They had a little mask drawn on.
Yeah, there's little Cartman there. The Dolphins won on Thursday night. The NBA Finals are set. The Jazz are still out of the playoffs. The Lakers are going to play LeBron James' old team, the Miami Heat. In Major League Baseball, the playoff teams are Tampa Bay, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Twins, the Cleveland White Sox, Oakland, Houston. In the National League, it's Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, Los Angeles, and San Diego. In a new feature suggested by San Diego listener Michael Dolphs, why do we love sports when it hurts us so bad? Chapter 1, the Jazz. They lost to the Bulls in the NBA championship in 1997 and 1998, have been back since. They have 2 of the best players in the NBA, Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. But they can't advance in the playoffs. But their fans never give up on them. Year in and year out, they get their heart broken, and they stand by them anyway, believing that they'll win it all. Why? Send your explanations to me at Brasslaw on Twitter. Don't forget to vote for very best sportscaster. Very important sports for best sportscaster.
Yes.
If I
City
could speak
Weekly.
English, that'd be great. And next week, you'll have a real sportscaster back, Title IX Sports. She's in Alaska, wrestling grizzly bears for Christmas money. So she should be off the tour, and back with whatever her winnings are next week.
Kind of a freak show they do up there.
Yeah, well, kind of. I think it's depicted in one of the X-Men movies, but
yes.
Yeah, she's up there wrestling the grizzlies in the cage. So take care of yourselves, folks.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, sir.
It's been nice talking to you.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 approaching 1600 North exit in Orem. Cars are on the left shoulder underneath the overpass. And the 201 freeway is closed westbound at SR 202. If you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll divert onto the 202 over I-80 and continue west from there. What else? I don't know. You tell me. Text it to us. 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got round one of your boners, big boy news, all that and more on the way. Hoops Vision Correction.
If you're still struggling with poor vision in 2020, don't you think that's kind of silly? Because the year is 2020. Wouldn't you like to have 2020 vision without glasses or contact lenses? Of course you would. Don't try to tell me you wouldn't. I know you would. It's great, isn't it, Kerry?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some people who choose to wear glasses, great. But the rest of us, we want to get rid of them,
Yep.
And this is easy.
Yeah, easy. Just call Hoops Vision. They do the LASIK procedure, and you can get rid of your glasses and contact lenses. And right now, they're still offering the deal $1,000 off at Hoops Vision. Never been a better time to enjoy the vision that you deserve. So call Hoops Vision. The number is 877-30-LASIK. They will invite you for a free, no-obligation appointment, and I think you'll be very, very surprised and pleased. So it's 877-30-LASIK or go to hoopsvision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. My mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. Even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
Ah! He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jell-O. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hanson now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about Lime Jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with Lime Jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hanson change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hanson anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime Jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hanson. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it, run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:07, and it is time once again for one of our new regular features. It's called...
Hello, sailor boys! Sail the seven seas.
I have sailor mail from Festus, who's at boot camp at the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. It says...
Festus is Gina's son, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you know that, but it doesn't help to reset.
Hey, Mama, 19 days till graduation. I've been a lot busier the last few days, and being busy makes it more bearable living with 90 18 to 25-year-old males. It's usually hard enough just living with myself. We passed our bunk makeup and personnel inspections almost flawlessly and are currently at the top of our training group.
Now wait, so they inspect their bunk, they inspect their makeup, and they have training sessions. I didn't know they wore makeup.
Apparently.
You know, that camouflage makeup, you know?
Our drill or marching inspection is in 2 days, so we've been marching for at least 2 hours a day to practice for the coming week. Next week, we're going to do guns. You know how much I love guns. USA! USA! And the week after that, firefighting training. We're pretty much on our way to being the cat's pajamas, but like in a cool military way. Last night for dinner, we had pulled pork and potatoes, too, so you could say it could be worse. Yeah. By the way, I think Pulled Pork and Pistols should be the next Clint Eastwood movie, probably if he hasn't died already. Has he? I want to know everyone who's died since I've been here. I missed the news. I really went from 0 to 100 knowing everything that was going on, coming here and knowing diddly squat. So give me the headlines. By the way, I appreciate the friends of the program that have sent me letters telling me what's going on, too. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you when I get out. And the mountains. I also want to see the mountains. Sorry if you haven't gotten my letters. The Navy's mid-pandemic postal service is not up to par, but I'm getting more of them recently. P.S. I know my handwriting is atrocious, but really, who was expecting any more than that? Love, Festus. I also got a message from his wife yesterday who said, has Festus called you today? No, I haven't talked to him. He hasn't called me the whole time he's been gone. He gets a few phone calls, and they always go to his wife.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been gone now?
He left on July 26th.
Okay.
So, I said, no, he didn't call me today. Why? Is anything wrong? And she said, well, I was driving and I missed his call, and I'm wondering if he called you instead. I said, no, I didn't hear from him. Let me know, because they have scheduled calls, so you're close to your phone when it's supposed to happen. And she texted me a little while later, and she said, well, he was supposed to get a long phone call from me, but someone in his division thought it'd be funny to put shaving cream in somebody else's boot, and so the whole division didn't get their phone calls.
Oh,
really?
Those swabbies. Those jacktars.
Really? This far in, we're still doing stuff like...
That's what you do when you sail the 7 seas.
So, they punished the entire unit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because one guy?
Yes.
Yes, because you are supposed to be as one.
I don't want to be that one guy.
So
I
can you
saw
imagine?
Full Metal Jacket. I know how they take it out on you, you know?
Can you imagine saying, I get to call my wife, I haven't talked to my wife in a week, and I get a 5-minute window of a phone call, and they take it away from me because some jerk in my division decides to fill a boot with shaving cream.
I saw what
That's the
happened.
Navy for you.
I saw what happened to Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. The socks with soap in them, you know. And
Yeah.
they hold him down, and I don't want to be that guy.
No.
Well, don't join, and don't put cream in anybody's boot.
No.
Well,
But I want to thank friends of the program again. I got lots of letters for Festus that I've been printing off and sending to him. And yes, he appreciates the news, as he keeps saying. It would be hard. Like, for us, we do this every day, and we are very involved in the news. Can you imagine being... I know Carrie tries to go on blackout sometimes, but can you imagine being... not even having access to the news if you wanted it? Like, you have no idea.
it would be delightful.
You
Well,
think
yeah, I mean-
so, but it would drive me crazy.
Well, it's like I said, it's because of what I do for a living that I'm paying attention to things. If I was not doing what I do for, this radio show and Geek Show podcast, I wouldn't pay attention to most of that stuff.
Yeah, I would let a lot of stuff slide.
I think I would just let it all go, you know?
But I had to write him a letter and tell him Chadwick Boseman died.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
You had
No.
to.
Well, no, that's what he wants to know. He's like, I need to know who died. Tell me who died.
Stop. He thinks he wants to know that. Keep it from him. Hide the
think?
ugly truth. How's he going to go on now that he knows that Chadwick Boseman is gone?
And Wilford Brimley. I told him about Wilford Brimley. And
Well, that one was okay.
yeah.
But, well, this has been
Hello, sailor boy!
on X96.
So if you have a son in the Navy and would like us to read his letters on the air, please send them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, the 201 freeway closed westbound at SR 202. If you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll divert onto the 201 segment over I-80 and continue west from there. Crash southbound approaching 1600 North exit in Orem. And let's see, I think that's it. It's been fairly light this morning. Friends of the program haven't sent us any traffic. Yeah, but if you see something, please text it to us, 33986.
Did you tell him about Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Oh, yeah, we had to. That was my last letter to him.
Okay.
Was RBG. And I told him the story how my husband thought I said Kenny G died, not RBG.
Kenny G.
It
Why
would
are you
have
so
been
sad
fine.
Kenny G died? Like, no, Arby.
It would have been better had Kenny G died.
Yes.
But
right.
it would not have been good if Kenny G had been on the court. So.
No. Well, I don't know. At this point, I'll take him.
Yeah.
Looking what's coming our way.
Yeah.
Let's. Yes, round one of your boners coming up after these. What do we got?
Here are the titles you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, The Masked Singer, part of a coronavirus plot.
Oh, boy.
Boner candidate number 2, the address was Elm Street, not Elm Road. And number 3, I'm guessing Evil's kid is hard up for some cash.
All right, boners round one, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Now, a message from the Park City Restaurant Association.
Yeah, let me find that. I've got it right here somewhere. The Park City
it's
Restaurant
the
Association.
Dinabout. It's going on October 1st through the 18th. Locals and visitors are invited to enjoy world-class cuisine at an incredible value during the 2-week culinary affair, featuring savory 2-course lunches and 3-course dinners and more than 30 area dining establishments. Is that the information you have, Bill?
Yeah, except I can't find it, so go ahead.
Okay, $10 to $15 per person for 2-course lunches, $20 to $40 per person for 3-course dinners. You can get a list of all the participating restaurants and lodging options by going to parkcityrestaurants.com. It's the Broadway Media Park City Area Restaurant Association Dinabout Park City, October 1st through the 18th. Again, that's visit parkcityrestaurants.com.
It's a great way to experience some new places and support local businesses.
Yep.
All right, thank you. X96.
Now, I saw this story today. Mm-hmm. And
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier? Mm-hmm.
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the
have
doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him, and he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
That's how Mom would have wanted it.
That's apparently Mom did.
Yeah.
It's
Apparently.
a funny show I'm not watching, apparently. That's what I
should
get
be.
from that.
Paula Pell is a delight.
She's great.
All right. 7:20 right now. That's AP Bio on Peacock. That's the only place you can see it. All right. Let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes forward to Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. We'll have round 2 at 8:20 this morning with 3 different candidates. We'll get another winner there. And we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Nick, you were very excited to show off the Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. The one that we have, the one that we keep regifting over and over again to a random Boner voter.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. The Masked Singer is part of a coronavirus plot. A conservative activist is bizarrely speculating that the celebrity song show The Masked Singer could be a demonic effort to force the American public to wear face masks during the coronavirus pandemic. Deanna Lorraine, described here as a political correspondent for right-wing outlet Newsmax, but she also refers to herself as a political candidate because she ran, she didn't get the chance to run against Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco. She's a conservative Republican. There was a primary among the conservative Republicans vying to go against Nancy Pelosi, and she just got wiped out. Wiped out of the primary because she's nuts, and even most Republicans can see that. But at any rate, Deanna Lorraine offered a conspiracy-themed tweet about The Masked Singer, in which singing celebrities put on head-to-crazy costumes, including full face coverings. She tweeted, "I find it very interesting how the show Masked Singer hit America in January 2019, a little bit over a year before they started forcing us all into masks. It's almost like they were beginning to condition the public that masks were normal and cool. The media is demonic."
Does she really think that, or is she just playing her part?
You know, I don't care.
Her part in what? Stupid?
I don't know.
I don't care. Maybe if you asked her, do you really think that? I think she would go, it could be. It could be.
No.
Boner candidate number 1. The Masked Singer, part of a coronavirus plot.
And somebody points out that the Masked Singer began about 10 years ago in other countries.
Yeah.
Well,
they're playing the long game there.
Yeah, in those other countries. And then the coronavirus, the people who want to, do this whole coronavirus conspiracy, they saw that show and they went, this is how we'll force people into masks.
You know who was president 10 years ago? Obama. It was him. He did it.
So everybody's playing their part in Stupid Hydra again, I see. Yeah.
Here's boner candidate number 2. The address was Elm Street, not Elm Road. A Kentucky woman is sending out what she calls an urgent plea after a box containing her mother's cremated remains, or cremains if you prefer, went missing after it was mailed to her sister in Florida. Amy Redford of LaGrange, Kentucky, sent the box via the U.S. Postal Service to what she thought was her sister's address in Jacksonville. The Florida Times-Union reported the box bore a bright red label saying, cremated remains, and was delivered the next day. Oh, but her sister had maybe moved, and she didn't know it. Redford has talked to postal inspectors and the apartment manager, trying to piece together a timeline. The tenant took the box when the mail carrier knocked on the door, but seemed in a hurry, was taking an online test. When the woman realized the box wasn't for her, she put it outside so the mail carrier could come back and get it, and now it's missing. Sent to the wrong address. Her mother's cremated remains. The address was Elm Street, not Elm Road, Elm Street. These mix-ups are terrible, aren't they? Boner candidate number 2. That's the missing remains. All right. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm guessing Evil's kid is hard up for some cash.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Scott Hale is offering a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Don't ever send your mother's cremated remains through the postals. Don't send them in the mail.
That seems like something that you'd want to drive there. Yeah.
2 weeks shy of a year after abruptly quitting Fox News Channel with a declaration that, quote, truth will always matter, Shepard Smith is returning to television this week. It says here, an unexpected new home. He begins a general interest nightly newscast Wednesday at 7 p.m. on the Financial Network. CNBC, putting him back in the time slot that he loved before Fox moved him to afternoons 7 years ago. He likes the nighttime slot. The 56-year-old newsman, a Fox original who joined the network at its start in 1996, says he's relishing the fresh start. We're going to come out and do just the news, he said. We're not planning to do any analysis in our news hour. We're going to have journalists, reporters, sound and video. We're going to have newsmakers and experts, but no pundits. We're going to leave the opinion to others. It's exactly what I've been wanting to do. It's what I've been working at for 30 years. He's good at it. He'll probably be just fine. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has come out and endorsed a presidential candidate.
Which is a big deal. He usually doesn't. And
He announced that he's endorsing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ahead of the 2020 election. He said in a video posted on social media that he is a registered independent and has been for years with centrist ideologies. He believes Biden and Harris are the best choice to leave the country. Progress takes courage, humanity, empathy, strength, grit, kindness, and respect. Being kind and respectful to another will always matter, he said. Now, I want you to just think of those words and then think of our president. Okay, that's me speaking. Think of those words. Courage, humanity, empathy, strength, grit, kindness, and respect. Any of those qualities you see there?
Not a damn one.
The grocery stores are stockpiling food.
Really?
Ahead of they're building pandemic pallets ahead of the winter season. Grocery stores and food companies are preparing for a possible surge in sales amid a new rise of COVID-19 cases and the impending holiday rush. Supermarkets are stockpiling groceries, storing them early to prepare for the fall and winter months, when some health experts warn, don't listen to them, warn that the country could see another widespread outbreak of virus cases and new restrictions.
It's time to be an ant, everybody.
Food companies are accelerating production of their most popular items, and leaders across the industry are saying that they won't be caught unprepared in the face of a pandemic surge. So that's a good thing. The spike in COVID cases here in Utah, health experts are saying they're pretty much all directly related to parties and extracurricular activities. Parties and extracurricular activities. COVID-19 cases are spiking among Utah's teenagers and young adults. 8 of the state's high schools, 8, have had to close because of outbreaks just a month into the school year. And school officials and an infectious disease expert say that activities outside the classroom are the main source of the spread. If something isn't done to curtail these events, according to Dr. Eddie Stenjum, an infectious disease expert for Intermountain Healthcare, things will just continue to get worse, he said. Spencer Cox.
The quickest way to get to the point where you can have parties and everything is be really good now. We all want to get there.
Spencer Cox said he was just joking. I was joking earlier this week, or last week, when I said I had no choice but to agree with my boss when it comes to mask mandates. And he's blaming the media for trying to sow discord and drive a wedge between him and the government. The media loves nothing more than to draw a lieutenant governor and a governor apart from each other, said Cox.
Really?
First of all, why? Why would the media love to drive a wedge between a governor and a lieutenant governor? And then he said, it's not helpful, it's not good during a pandemic. We have one governor in the state, and I support the governor and the decisions he makes. Cox said his no-choice statement, delivered during a Wednesday candidate forum at the Hinckley Institute of Politics, was clearly a joke, and everyone was laughing at it. But if you go and talk to people who were at the event, they said, well, nobody took it as a joke and no one was laughing. I don't know what's happening. No one laughed at the comment, according to a recording of the forum. So the Salt Lake Tribune listened to a recording of the forum. Mm-hmm. Nobody laughed. And Cox and the moderator were the only people on screen at the time, so it was hard to say, what the other people were doing. Maybe they were sniggering silently behind their masks. But what's going on here? Why would he?
I don't know where he pulled that one out of.
He's just going off the deep end. The Senate should kill the Affordable Care Act. That's what Senator Mike Lee. He's locked horns with TV host George Stephanopoulos early Sunday over President Trump's nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett. Lee was a guest on This Week with George Stephanopoulos. He hailed Barrett's nomination and said he hoped it would lead to the court declaring the Affordable Care Act unconstitutional. The court will hear those arguments coming up after the election. I believe the Affordable Care Act was unconstitutional when it was enacted.
And make adjustments to it. There's no reason to throw it out. I know it's more exciting to say, this Obama plan, ooh, it's gross, we're going to start over. You have a plan. There are parts of it that work and parts of it that don't. It's not as sexy to say we're going to look at it individually, line by line, and okay, we'll fix this. And that's not as fun as saying we threw out that Obama plan. Here's our new Republican plan.
They don't say here's our new Republican plan. They don't have it.
Because they don't have one. And that's my point, is that this is the party who doesn't like big government. And it's only because they don't govern well. They don't have a plan. That's why they don't like government.
Yeah. A zookeeper was mauled by a gorilla and rushed to hospital with serious injuries after the animal broke through 3 safety doors. The keeper was seriously injured at the Madrid Zoo Aquarium in Spain after being attacked by I don't know what a stone is. a 31 stone. How much is a stone? I don't know. I should. A 31 stone gorilla named Malibu. I saw that story, and then I happened
That's
to see.
That's about 14 pounds.
Thank you.
1 stone is 14 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So this, what's 31 times 14? Because that's
Don't
a big
ask
animal.
me to do math.
Do you have a calculator anywhere?
Hang on,
your
I'll get
phone.
you there. What was it again?
31 times 14.
Times 14.
So I want to know how heavy Malibu.
434.
That's a big gorilla.
Yeah. I saw a little bit of 60 Minutes last night, and they were talking to Sir David Attenborough, who's now 94 years old, and he's done all those amazing nature films over the years. They showed a little clip of when he was a young guy going to see the gorillas in Rwanda, and he got up really close, and it was a mother gorilla with 2 babies. And he said people were saying, be careful, be very careful. But the mother gorilla realized that he was no threat and ended up playing with the babies. The mother would sit the baby on his, and it shows him lying on the ground, wrestling around with these babies while the mother gorilla's kind of
She's
benignly.
a tired mom. She saw some help.
No
Here,
kidding.
you play with them for a while.
He said they accepted me as part of their little family unit, and it was amazing. It was just if you look up David Attenborough and with Mother Gorilla, I'm sure there's a film clip of it somewhere. It was so charming and so wonderful to see. And oh, by the way, he says we're screwed. Planet, we're screwed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
It's been a good ride.
Well, weather, traffic.
Thanks, Bill. I was all happy with the mother gorilla story.
Well, there's always another side to things, isn't there?
It is chilly this morning, 48 right now. We'll get up to about 70 for a high, sunny. And that haze should be a lot better today. Looks like we'll have some blue skies. Go outside, or at least poke your head out the window and look at it a little bit. Tomorrow, 76 will be back up in the 80s by Wednesday, it looks like. Traffic, we've got a crash on I-215 eastbound near Union Park Avenue. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is getting by on the right, but backing up towards State Street. A couple of friends of the program sent me in some information about that one. Crash southbound I-15 approaching 1600 north in Orem. And if you're on your way out to Tooele, the 201 freeway is closed. Westbound at SR 202, if you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll divert onto the 202 segment over I-80, then continue west from there. If you see something like the folks that let me know what was going on at Fort Union, you can text it to us, 33986. Ma and Pa's Bakery features quality, natural, holistic, organic, and raw foods and treats for your fur babies in Mill Creek, American Fork, and maandpasbakeryinc.com.
All right, here is boner candidate number 3. I'm guessing Evil's kid is kind of hard up for cash. Evel Knievel's son is suing Disney and Pixar over alleged similarities between his famous stuntman father and the character Duke Kaboom from Toy Story 4. Kelly Knievel, whose company K&K Promotions has filed a federal trademark infringement lawsuit in Los Angeles, has maintained publicity rights to Evel Knievel's name since 1998. Evel Knievel did not thrill millions of people around the world, break his bones, and spill his blood just so Disney could make a bunch of money, he wrote on Wednesday. Knievel is seeking over $300,000 in damages in the suit, which also includes allegations of false endorsement and unjust enrichment. The complaint accuses the company, Disney, of intentionally basing the character on Knievel, who died in 2007. It reportedly describes the Keanu Reeves voice Kaboom as a 1970s toy daredevil in a white jumpsuit and helmet with a Canadian insignia. The complaint also alleges similarities between a toy sold as part of the film's marketing campaign. The Kaboom character was also used by McDonald's as part of a Happy Meals promotion.
Carrie, did you have the Evel Knievel where you pulled the ripcord?
Well, you turned a crank and then hit a button and it would release the bike and the action figure.
Yeah.
And they re-released that some time ago. I bought it for Jeff.
So that's it. Boner candidate number 3. Who else will he sue then? How many people
I was gonna
have
say,
done Evel Knievel-like characters?
I'd also point out that Evel Knievel was not the only motorcycle stuntman that ever existed.
Exactly.
And also there's a thing called parody law.
Boner candidate number 3. I'm guessing Evel's kid is hard up for some cash.
Yes. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, The Masked Singer, part of a coronavirus plot. I thought it was a joke at first, but I looked into this woman to see who she is and what she is. It's not a joke. She's saying these things to be a bomb thrower, but she's also saying them. I don't care why she's saying them. She's saying them to stir things up, whether she believes it or not, saying that the Masked Singer is part of a coronavirus plot. That's number 1. Number 2, just, be careful. If you got your mother's remains, your cremated remains, be careful. Maybe you shouldn't use the mail to send them, because in this case they went to the wrong address and now they're missing. And boner candidate number 3, I'm guessing Evel's kid is hard up for some cash.
Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. No, we got round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take the winner of each round and put them both against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. That's all we need. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth there in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, September 28, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1.
Someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work?
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
just says,
I think.
We don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each other.
No, not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
you don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk! Sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No. No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you got to have it.
But you got to have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch a little cartoons.
See,
That would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally
Yeah.
shut it off.
That's
so
what we have.
So you can
Well, and then
pretend
there's
no TV in there until you really
the other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's
Well, yeah,
another subject altogether that
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on TV.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Gina, you're frozen.
Yeah, you
I can hear you laughing, but you're frozen.
All right, I'll fix it.
Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a creamy artichoke pasta.
And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Mondays, $2 off pizzas, open daily from 11 to 10. 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number one, of course, was The Masked Singer, part of a coronavirus plot. That's according to a conservative YouTuber. I think she works for InfoWars as well. Deanna Lorraine. And if you look into her, don't bother, but if you did, you'd find out she's a nut. That's what she is, a nut. Then boner candidate number two, the address was Elm Street, not Elm Road. Please do not send your mother's cremains to the wrong address. Best not to send them through the mail, probably, but you send them to the wrong address and then they disappear. What are you going to do? And then boner candidate number three, I'm guessing Evil's kid is hard up for some cash. Evel Knievel's son suing Disney over the Duke Kaboom character from Toy Story 4. And the winner was boner candidate number one, The Masked Singer, part of a COVID or coronavirus plot.
There you go. That's your winner for round one. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Round two coming up at 8:20. Three different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Ask an Advocate.
Yes,
Mark Stewart is on the
Are
phone.
you there, Mark?
I'm here.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, for the most part. It's, I mean, you know how it is.
Right.
If folks have questions, you can ask an advocate. 877-602-9696. Call in now.
Hey, Mark, can you give people an idea, the advocates, UtahAdvocates.com, give people an idea of some of the, we all know, like, car crashes. I mean, that seems to be the big thing, and probably the bulk of calls you get. But what other kinds of cases can you look at?
So, yeah, automobile accidents probably take 90% of the work that we do. The other cases that we see a lot, especially as we're getting into winter, are slip and fall cases, trip and fall cases. So people going into stores, restaurants, or at their apartment complex or condominium complex, they'll go out to their car and slip in the parking lot or slip in the entrance of some type of business. So we deal with a lot of those cases. We also take dog bite cases, which I think a few weeks ago we talked a little bit about, that we saw an uptick in dog bite cases over coronavirus. But, yeah, really any negligent type case. And that's why we always encourage people just to call in if they have a situation where they think that someone else's negligence caused an injury to them. We're happy to at least talk to them and delve through it and see if it's a case that we could assist them with.
And I would assume you can do that mostly on the telephone. You get a pretty good idea because you know the questions to ask, right?
Right, yeah. We can talk to anyone over the phone. The nice thing about our firm, they're going to talk to an attorney, so they actually are going to get legal advice as to if they have a case or not. The other option for people that we have is we have a chat feature on our website, and the chat is actually answered by an attorney. I handle most of those as well as another one of the partners at our firm. But, yeah, you're going to talk to an attorney either way. So if you're at work and you can't get on a call, but you're online, you could jump on our website and shoot us over a question that you have, and you'll get a response back from an attorney regarding if you have a case or not.
How do you... So people get hesitant to do this kind of thing. Sometimes they think, well, it was just an accident. It was just an accident. That accidents happen, and you just have to take your lumps and move on. How do you talk to people about that feeling?
Well, the biggest thing that we probably stress is that the individual that hit you, we're not actually going after them. So a lot of people are reluctant because, like you said, they don't want to sue someone. They're afraid if they caused an accident, they obviously wouldn't want someone coming after them. So once we inform most people that it's the insurance company that we're going after, and these are multi-billion-dollar corporations, most people kind of ease. Their concerns are eased that when they know it's not that individual that we're actually pursuing, it's just the insurance company. And really the reason all of us pay our monthly insurance premiums are for situations like that. Obviously, accidents happen, and that's why we have insurance. And the insurance is there to help the people that you hit into so that they can get recovery so that they don't have to pay their own medical bills.
Let's go to Gabby. Gabby is on the line. 877-602-9696 is the number to call if you want to talk to Mark from the Advocates.
Go ahead, Gabby.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen. I had a car that was, I was at a bike store, and we were buying a bike for my grandson, and the roof collapsed on my car. This was back in June. And I just think the property owner, totally totaled out my car. And when I asked for them to pay for my car, they said, well, just go through your insurance. Well, my car was a little bit older, and I didn't have comp and collision. And so I'm totally out my car. And I just think the property owner should pay for it.
Yeah. Now, wait, the roof of the store collapsed on your car. Was that
yeah, it was on
Jeez.
KSL. It was a windy day, and, it actually collapsed on a bunch of cars, but evidently they all had insurance, but I did not. And I just wonder, is there a problem that I didn't have comp and collision? I mean, why wouldn't they pay for my vehicle if I didn't have it? Because they would reimburse the insurance.
You got an answer for that, Mark?
Yeah, so their commercial insurance should cover that. Did they give you their insurance information?
Yeah, but they're not paying.
Yeah, so
Like,
their insurance would be responsible.
Sounds like you need an advocate.
Yeah,
I know.
Well, you should call.
But it's such small potatoes. It wasn't a Ferrari, you know.
Well, call their number, Gabby. Call 801-355-5550 and chat with Mark or somebody because you might have something there.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day, guys.
Yeah. See you later.
Yeah, and in that instance, the store should pay. The store's insurance should pay.
She brings up an interesting point, Mark. She said, well, it's not a Ferrari. There are probably a lot of people that feel like, well, whatever my damages are, it's not worth going to the trouble of trying to get that reimbursed. But my guess is you'd say that's not the case.
Yeah, it's not the case. And in that situation, it wouldn't be a case we could assist with because it doesn't sound like there's any injuries. But we can definitely give her advice on what she can do because the insurance for the business would definitely be responsible for repairing her car. But yeah, that's a perfect situation of where we're happy to talk to anybody about instances like that and give them some advice on what they should do. It's also a good learning experience for why everyone should have collision coverage, because we get those calls all the time where people say, look, I got in an accident. It was my fault. But I only have, I don't have collision coverage, and now my insurance is saying that I have to pay for it. So we always encourage people to talk to their insurance agents to make sure that they're fully covered, because really the difference in price a lot of times is a few dollars a month.
Yeah.
So it's worth paying that extra money, especially on the medical side. We always encourage people to up their bodily injury limits. The limit that Utah law requires is $25,000, but to jump up to $50,000 or $100,000, like I said again, is usually $3 or $4 sometimes a month, and it just makes a lot more sense to have that, because if you get in a bad accident, you obviously want the most coverage available.
Yeah, of course, if I stand in front of the mirror and look at myself, I go, well, it's not a Ferrari. That's for sure. So,
hey, I don't think there's very many of us that look in the mirror and see a Ferrari.
Mark, thanks a lot for taking a few minutes talking with us. The Advocates, UtahAdvocates.com. The phone number 801-355-5550. Everybody deserves an advocate like you, Mark. Thank you.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
Hey, thank you guys. Have a good week. Be safe.
Talk to you later. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are now on the scene of a crash. I-215 eastbound near Union Park Avenue. All lanes of traffic are now blocked there. Traffic is having to use the right shoulder to slow down and get around it, and traffic is backed almost to the I-15 interchange, so that's a big issue right now on Fort Union. Let's see, we have that construction information for you. The 201 freeway closed westbound at SR 202. If you're traveling from Magna to Tooele County, you'll divert onto the 202 segment over I-80 and continue west from there. I know a lot of you are stuck in Fort Union because you've texted me at 33986. Thanks for that. And if you see anything else, please, that's the same text line you need to send it to.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We'll be back. Bill Frost telling us what's on TV this week. Stand by for that. Randlife.com.
Well, interest rates are so low, you really should, if you have not refinanced your mortgage or looked at your mortgage for a couple of years, you should, because you can probably refinance and save some money. There's a lot of misinformation out there regarding mortgage loan payments. The best thing you can do is call your mortgage service provider, the one that you use now, or call Rand Life, or both. Call Rand Life at 801-478-4500. They have experienced loan officers on hand right now to take your call. And you can ask them. You can say, here's what my rate is. So can something be gained if I refinance my mortgage? I've done it with Rand Life a couple of times and saved money every time. And it's an easy process, too. They're very, very good at getting you through the whole thing easily. So call 801-478-4500 or go to randlife.com for more.
Have you tried?
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Norris. Okay.
God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry to say, so no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely, doesn't
For those
it?
of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
See, the people that need to watch that aren't going to watch it. You watch it, and I watch it, but the people that need to watch that... Sorry.
Watch what?
The TV with Bill Frost.
What is the...
The
Hi, Bill.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi,
It might be helpful if you said what it was. Because...
It's called The Social Dilemma. It's on Netflix.
Yeah.
Okay. Bill Frost is here. He watches TV, too. Like a lot of us. He watches good things and bad things and then tells us about them. He writes about them in Slug magazine. What's your column about, your most recent one?
He's sponsored today, too, by the way.
Okay.
Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable satellite streaming and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
What's your most recent column, Bill?
The most recent one was about new stuff in September, most of which is past. I'm starting work on October's content shifter column. It's going to be about horror movies for Halloween.
Okay.
And I'm going to be delving into the 90s. There's going to be some terrible stuff in there.
Oh, yes.
Terrible stuff.
You can find all of Bill's writing and links to his podcast at billfrost.tv. What's coming up?
Yeah. Well, I missed a couple last week, and I think I might have actually done you a favor because they're not good. On Fox on Monday nights, there's LA's Finest, starring Jessica Alba and Gabrielle Union. It's kind of a buddy cop comedy, but dramedy, really. It's sort of part of the Bad Boys universe with Jerry Bruckheimer somehow. This is basically a leftover from a Spectrum cable. And when I wrote about this last year when it actually premiered, I said, this is for people who thought that Rizzoli and Isles was a little too thinky, and you just want to, yeah. And also, there's a new series. This has been sitting on a shelf for about 2 years because no network wanted it until they realized, oh, yeah, we have no new shows. Mm-hmm. Filthy Rich, starring Kim Cattrall, also on Fox. Yeah. It's about a wildly successful Christian television network headed by Gerald McRaney, Major Dad. Well, and then good. when his private plane goes down, he's already dead. And so all of a sudden Kim Cattrall is left with this fortune, but also there's all these illegitimate children coming out of the woodwork who want a piece of the will.
Okay.
I would suggest you just watch The Righteous Gemstones instead.
Okay.
Okay.
And tomorrow you got the presidential debate on most channels, so avoid that.
Yeah.
And also there's a new series from Cal Penn called Cal Penn Approves This Message. It's him walking millennials and Gen Zers through political issues and how to do your civic duty in an easy way. Cal, if you want that from, was he Harold or Kumar?
Yes.
I don't remember.
I think he was Kumar, wasn't he?
Yeah, but it is really informative though, and it's breaking down issues.
Okay.
And also informative is coming up on Wednesday, South Park: The Pandemic Special.
Okay.
Who's showing that? Is that Comedy Central?
Yeah.
That is Comedy Central. Yeah. So this is the first time in 23 years that South Park has done a 1-hour special, and it's all about the pandemic. And if you were a fan of last season's overarching Tegrity Farms theme, you won't be disappointed. If you're sick of Randy's weed business, sorry, there's more of it.
All right.
On Thursday, this is a busy week. Robert Smigel, the man behind Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, has a new special called Let's Be Real. It's a political thing with puppets and celebrity cameos, and maybe Triumph will show up. Probably not, but it's from Robert Smigel.
And where do we find that?
Yeah,
that is on Fox on Thursday.
Let's be real. Okay.
Yeah. And also on Thursday, a German import on Netflix called, I just want this for the title alone, Oktoberfest Beer and Blood.
Is this a joke?
It's a
comedy show?
It's a German period piece. It's kind of a very dark comedic drama set in 1900 Munich, and it's about brewer against brewer to own Oktoberfest. Okay. And the best review I read about this was it's like Peaky Blinders with beer.
Okay.
Or Deadwood and Lederhosen.
I'm there.
That's the seller right there.
I'm there.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. Also premiering on Thursday on HBO Max, if you need to calm down, this is for you. It's called A World of Calm. It's basically taking the successful Calm app and putting it to soothing graphics and narration by people like Keanu Reeves, Priyanka Chopra, Lucy Liu, Nicole Kidman, and Idris Elba. If you would definitely like Idris Elba to help you relax, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is on HBO Max starting Thursday.
Okay.
And Friday, a new anthology horror series called Monsterland premieres on Hulu. It's about a small town. It's based on a collection of stories called the North American Lake Monsters, and starring people like Mike Coulter, also known as Luke Cage, and Kelly Marie Tran. And it's an anthology small town horror series just in time for Halloween, and also premiering on Friday on Cinemax. If you still have the Cinemax, Season 2 of Warrior, based on the writings of Bruce Lee and produced by the man who brought us Banshee back in the day. It's another period piece set in 1870 San Francisco, and it is action-packed.
Wow.
If you go to x96.com and watch the trailer, it's pretty fantastic.
And what's it called again?
It's called Warrior. It's on Cinemax. And believe it or not, they're going to do Saturday Night Live in the studio on Saturday, season 46 premiere with Chris Rock and Megan Thee Stallion. And there will be a studio audience. Not the usual one, but there will be one, yeah.
Interesting.
And coming up on Sunday, a new series, The Good Lord Bird on Showtime. This is based on the novel by James McBride, and has been adapted for the screen by Ethan Hawke and Jason Blum. Ethan Hawke stars as John Brown, the abolitionist from the from history, and it's also another trailer you should go check out at X96.
He's got a ratty beard.
Ethan Hawke is acting so hard. Harder than he's ever acted before. He's playing John Brown. Also, you have Daveed Diggs in here as Frederick Douglass. Orlando Jones is in here. And it just looks crazy. And it is followed by a new docuseries on the Comedy Store called The Comedy Store on Showtime. This is from Mike Binder. And so you'll get a little of Pauly Shore in there.
No,
just
never
a little.
mind. Never mind.
Well, it's his mom's place.
Well, fine, but I don't want any Pauly Shore.
It's got some funny people, too. So it's a long history there. And we finally get the season 10 finale of The Walking Dead on Sunday.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I've forgotten about that. It's been so long.
Just kind of left us hanging back in April.
I don't remember what I need a recap. I can't remember where we were.
It doesn't matter.
There were zombies.
They've been pouring down recaps. My DVR keeps catching it because it's technically new, but it's like, here's this special to remind you that we're back, and watch this so you remember what happened on the show.
Yes. And also, after that, you have the premiere of The Walking Dead World Beyond. It is teenagers who've grown up in the apocalypse, and now, what are they going to do? Are they going to become Negans, or are they going to become Ricks?
Yep. Plenty of Walking Dead to go around.
There's plenty of Walking Dead, yeah.
So
I'm kind of curious.
Are these good, young, good-looking Walking Deads?
Of course it is.
Yeah. I mean, they're dirty, but dirty in an artful and good-looking way.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there are no homely people in the zombie apocalypse.
Nope.
And if they are, they die quickly.
If they are, they're bad guys.
Or that, yes. And that's it for a new week, action-packed.
This Raised by Wolves on HBO Max, I'm thoroughly enjoying.
Excellent show.
And I could just...
It's very hard sci-fi.
It is. It's very sci-fi. You don't get much more sci-fi than this. And the actress who plays Mother, Amanda Collin, I could just watch her forever. She's just so good.
Yeah.
Really good, yeah.
She's really good, so watch that one. And
that's
we're
on
also,
HBO Max.
HBO Max. We're also watching, I think it's on FX, it's a docu-series called Wilderness of Errors.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last week. Yeah, about the 1970s multi-murder case.
Guy who was accused of murdering his wife and 2 kids.
And he says it was hippies.
And he said it was hippies that broke into his house. Yeah.
Yeah, the army guy.
Yeah, it was like a month or 2 after Manson. You know,
This was a huge case.
Oh, yeah.
it was a huge case, and they're re-examining it now.
Jeffrey, what was his name? Jeffrey something. I was trying to look. They wrote a book about it called Fatal Vision,
Mm-hmm.
and then
it was
there
a TV movie.
And there was a TV movie also called Fatal Vision, where it pretty much painted him as the bad guy, I think.
Well, I mean, all the evidence that I've seen so far says he did it. You know, I mean, I'm 3 episodes in, and it's like, okay, where do we go with the show from here? What are you going to give me to make me think that he didn't do it? Because the blood evidence speaks volumes. I think he did it. So it's just fascinating to see where they're going to take this.
Jeffrey McDonald.
Jeffrey McDonald, thanks.
Jeffrey McDonald, that's it. All right, well, thank you.
All right.
All right, Bill Frost, thank you. Read Bill's stuff in Slug Magazine, and just go to billfrost.tv. You'll have a good time there. I know you will.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Traffic, Gina.
We got trouble. Eastbound 215 at Union Park. Delays stretch back almost 2 miles to the I-15 interchange. All lanes of traffic are blocked. Emergency vehicles on the scene of a crash there. I-215 eastbound near Union Park Avenue. It's a parking lot, as several friends of the program have let us know via text at 33986. If you see something, please text it to us and I will pass it along.
All right.
Okay, let's see. Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates. Number 1, I will never watch Dennis Quaid again. Number
I'm
2,
disappointed in him.
Number 2, this will go well. And number 3, underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo.
All right, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
The vote.utah.gov. The 2020 election is nearly here. You can vote by mail by November 2nd.
Perfectly safe to do that. We've been doing that here for years. It's a safe system.
You can vote in person if you feel better about that. That's fine. Vote in person. You can vote early in person as well, so you don't. Very likely, you wouldn't have to stand in a line. Now, how do you do that? Well, go to vote.utah.gov. Make sure that you're registered. Update your info if you need to, and then you can actually track your mail-in ballot. Now, everybody who's registered should be receiving their ballots pretty soon now. They're sending them out to all registered voters in the state. So update your voting information if you need to. Register to vote. Track your ballot at vote.utah.gov.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal...
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually. And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation. So, a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of...
Pineapple? Drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, oh, is Ann Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
Well, I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor?"
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just keeps his head down and does his job.
$8:21 right now. Time for round two of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes forward, goes up against the winner of round one's voting. Round one we did an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for real. Right now you're picking the champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
And you will receive this, actually, because it comes to you via email, an electronic gift certificate to get some delicious food from our friends at Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com for more information.
Here's boner candidate number 1. That's it. I'm never watching Dennis Quaid again. Dennis Quaid is taking heat for joining a $300 million federal public service campaign that reportedly will try to put a positive spin on the Trump administration's handling of the COVID-19 emergency. But in a statement released on Instagram on Saturday night, Quaid insisted that he was never paid for the public service announcement, and all he does in the yet aired spot is urge people to wear a mask and stay socially distanced. It was in no way political, he said in his rebuttal. Since news of the ad blitz first broke on Politico, it's been earning criticism, including for its choice of Trump-friendly celebrities to tape spots. Quaid has publicly praised President Trump's handling of the coronavirus and has already taped an ad with administration infectious disease expert Anthony Fauci. Surgeon General Jerome Adams has likewise paired with gospel singer CeCe Winans. The Health and Human Services team creating the campaign also hopes to tap Dr. Oz, who, like President Trump, has touted the widely criticized hydroxychloroquine as a treatment, and also Garth Brooks. I have to say, right now I'm feeling some outrage and a lot of disappointment about a PSA, an interview that I did with Dr. Fauci a few weeks ago. Quaid's rebuttal begins. It is being used by the social cultural, or the cancel culture media, that I was doing a campaign ad, an endorsement of Trump, and that I was paid handsomely for it. He said, I wasn't paid. Now, maybe the rest of that's true, but I didn't get paid.
It's worse that you weren't paid. You see the code words he used in there, the cancel culture.
Yeah.
He's in. He's in. He's in.
One person said, I would say I won't ever watch Dennis Quaid in anything ever again, but I can't remember anything he's been in for years.
Ooh.
Boner candidate number 1, I will never watch Dennis Quaid again. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, this will go well. Crowds packed into some Florida bars over the weekend after Governor Ron DeSantis lifted coronavirus restrictions completely and on other businesses. Footage shows patrons overflowing out of the Elbow Room in Fort Lauderdale on Saturday, after the governor's surprise order. I'm healthy, I'm strong, I feel comfortable with my friends, said Dan Gibby, who was at the watering hole. In Davie, Gaffer's pub owner Debbie Qualls said the green light to reopen was a lifesaver for the business. We had to pay the rent, the electric, all the bills. It was too much longer. We wouldn't be here, she said. DeSantis' announcement Friday allowed all bars and restaurants to remain open, or to reopen, effective immediately.
What if you reopen all your businesses and so many people get sick that they can't be patrons at your business?
We're not going to close anything going forward, said DeSantis. The governor had closed bars and nightclubs on St. Patrick's Day due to outbreaks across the state. He said Friday, the pandemic isn't over, but it's time to restart the economy after 6 months of people twisting in the wind. This will really go well. This will go well.
Because there are people that will take the fact that they're reopening as a sign that things are fine and they can relax. They'll be like, well, everything's open, things must be okay.
He's doing it to please Trump.
Florida has been a hotspot for COVID-19 with 700,000 confirmed cases, 14,000 deaths. Go ahead, open them up. It'll go well. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by
Ma and Pa's Bakery features quality, natural, holistic, organic, and raw foods and treats for your fur babies. Mill Creek, American Fork, and Ma and Pa's Bakery Inc.com.
There's going to be another Peter Pan, live-action Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney has reportedly cast Grownish star Yara Shahidi to play Tinkerbell in its upcoming live-action adaptation. The film will be called Peter Pan and Wendy. It's to be directed by David Lowery, who directed Pete's Dragon. He directed
I liked
Pete's
Dragon. It was good.
Deadline reported that the news of Shahidi's casting, and also reports that Jude Law will play Captain Hook. The titular roles, that is Wendy and Peter, will be played by Alexander Maloney and Ever Anderson. This is the first time that a woman of color has played the character of Tinkerbell in a major production. So there you go. I'll probably watch it. I have a soft spot for Peter Pan.
I thought you might.
I do.
Well, I'd watch it just to see Jude Law as Captain Hook. That would be worth it right there.
That Jason Isaac as Captain Hook, though, I think it's just called Pan, a live-action Pan. Jason Isaacs. He's a good Captain Hook. Oh, of course, my favorite Captain Hook, of course, is from the old stage, just one, with that they used to show on TV in black and white. Cyril Richard, who is the foppish, gay, over-the-top Captain Hook. Oh, Pan, that guy. He's really the best. President Trump slammed the New York Times' shocking report that he paid only $750 in federal income $750 in federal income taxes in both 2016 and 2017. He says that's fake news.
Well,
it's fake news, totally made up.
He's not wrong. If he just says fake news, he's not wrong because it's news about a fake.
Well, he says it's totally made up. The self-proclaimed billionaire reportedly paid little or nothing in taxes, citing massive business losses, but Trump nevertheless complained that the IRS did not treat me very well. They treat me very badly. Trump said that basically the Times story was saying, I paid nothing, which he denied. First of all, I paid a lot, and I paid a lot of state income taxes, too. It'll be revealed. It's going to come out. But after the auditors...
They got copies of your tax returns. They're just repeating what you stated on your tax return. If it's fake and wrong, it's because you lied on your tax return.
The Times said that they got a hold of several years of Trump's tax information, and in 10 of the 15 years before his election in 2016, he did not pay a single penny in income tax.
What he did there was not illegal. You can do that.
Sure.
If you have losses in your business, you can get tax relief for those losses. And but where they're investigating, and it's the lawsuit that he keeps talking about, the audit, he got like $72 million tax refund check from the IRS because he reported so many losses. They're looking into that going, yeah, we don't think that probably is right.
Nope. The Times says that Donald Trump's unmistakable hairdo is a five-figure affair. The newspaper reports that when Trump hosted The Apprentice, he wrote off $70,000 in hairstyling costs, and that 9 Trump entities have written off payments of close to $95,000 for a, quote, favorite hair and makeup artist of Ivanka Trump. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who was slammed in right-wing media over a haircut last year, noted that those same conservatives are silent over the president's massive styling bill. And an old tweet that Donald Trump made about President Obama's taxes is looking super awkward for the president right now. An old post says, Obama in 2011 paid $162,074 in federal taxes on gross income of $789,674. On Twitter, Trump at the time complained that Obama's rate was 20.5%, according to the old tweet that's resurfaced in light of the new revelations. Los Angeles Times reported that Obama's tax rate was slightly lower than average for people in his tier due to $172,130 in charitable donations. And then he goes on to say, looks pretty bad, doesn't it? It looks bad when the average man is just... You know, anything that he does, he then tries to claim other people do.
Yeah. And, he could really clear this up very easily by releasing his taxes.
Well, that's just it. He couldn't. He couldn't clear it up. It would be. It would just be obvious.
And will this... Sorry, go ahead, Carrie.
No, go ahead.
Oh, just, in the debates tomorrow. So... This will come up there. It will be interesting to see if he's rattled by all this.
He's not.
Well, the question is will he go through with the debate?
Oh, sure. It's a chance to be on TV.
I'm much richer than anybody ever knew. I'm much richer than almost anybody.
The Cross E Ranch got their goat back.
Oh.
Somebody stole a goat from the Cross E Ranch It's a place in northwest Salt Lake City. They posted on Sunday afternoon that Isti, the goat, had gotten stolen. Please bring our goat back. She belongs with her other 2 sisters. And sure enough, somebody returned the goat, no questions asked. And finally this. An Illinois man has celebrated an unusual milestone. 60 years of hanging on to an old sandwich that President Richard Nixon once took a bite out of.
What?
Steve Jenny from the small town of Sullivan, Illinois, was a 14-year-old Boy Scout when then Vice President Nixon made a campaign stop to Mr. Jenny's hometown on September 22nd, 1960. Ahead of a speech, Mr. Nixon was served a barbecue buffalo sandwich on a paper plate. He took one bite, a couple of bites, commented that it was tasty, and then left it on the plate. Mr. Jenny, who was a boy at the time, a Boy Scout, said, I looked around, nobody seemed to want the sandwich, so I put it in a bag, and I took it home, and I said, Mom, I got this sandwich that Nixon took a couple of bites of. And she said, so what do you want to do with it? And I said, freeze it. And so they did. As long as I'm living, he says, that sandwich will be stored in my freezer in a container labeled Save, Don't Throw Away. It's the sandwich that changed my life.
The sandwich that changed?
That sounds like your autobiography. You should, the title of your autobiography.
Yep.
That may be my sign-off today. We'll see.
The sandwich that changed my life. Oh, it is. He did write a book. It's called The Sandwich.
Did?
Yes, he
okay,
wrote a book
called
The Sandwich That Changed My Life.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
I haven't had that sandwich yet. The one that will change my life. I look forward to it. So BYU, oh yay, they're number 22 in the country when, most teams aren't playing. So the goodie for them. They beat somebody named Troy.
You are so mean. You are
Troy
just so
McClure University, where they beat
You
them.
are so mean.
Let's see. 7 big saves help Real earn their first ever point in Minnesota, which means that they didn't score a point, but if you tie and you're on the road, you get a point. So goody for them as well. Traffic and weather. Weather is going to be nice today. The air's a lot cleaner than it has been recently, and it will be 70 for a high. It's still pretty chilly this morning, though. Gradually will warm up throughout the week to where Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be back up in the 80s. So we're not quite over those warmer temperatures just yet, which is nice when we're all trying to spend as much time outside as we can. Traffic, let's see. I'm going to refresh because that incident at Union Park Avenue is causing major issues, and I want to make sure I have the most up-to-date information for you on that one. Eastbound 215 Union Park. Delays still stretching back about 2 miles to the I-15 interchange. Love to hear from friends of the program that are stuck in that. Let me know what it's looking like from your perspective. Crash I-15 southbound at Point of the Mountain. The left lane and shoulder are blocked, and it's backing toward Bluffdale there. Like I said, send me traffic if you see it, 33986.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo. A Summerfield, Florida man who allegedly hit a Marion County Sheriff's deputy with a Bible and then defecated on himself was jailed Tuesday after telling deputies that God told him to enter a neighbor's residence and free his juvenile daughter. Robert Otis Hoskins was taken into custody shortly after deputies responded to the residence. The victim told deputies that he'd refused to lend Mr. Hoskins some clothing before leaving his home. And when he returned, his door had been kicked in. He said Mr. Hoskins had come over to his house and, quote, said, I effed up, man. I was mad. The victim said he took Hoskins' statement as an admission of guilt in burglarizing his residence, so he called law enforcement for help. Deputies arrived a short time later, and when they attempted to speak with Mr. Hoskins, he approached them wearing only his underpants, and then he hit the deputy with a Bible that he was holding, and then he soiled himself. The victim's wife told deputies, I don't think that's, that guy whose house was broken into, that $50 worth of clothing, 2 pairs of gray shorts and a red shirt were missing. You can just keep them. Keep them.
That's good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
keep
need,
those.
I don't need those.
Yeah, Mr. Hoskins said, I tried to free his daughter, and then he stared blankly at the wall, and they arrested him. He's been placed under arrest and transported to a hospital facility because they believe he may be not all there. Boner candidate number 3, underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, I will never watch Dennis Quaid again. That's what one person said after finding out that Dennis Quaid is actually a Trump supporter and was in a PSA about COVID-19, trying to make it look as though the administration has handled the outbreak extremely well. Boner candidate number 2, this will go well. The governor of Florida saying, open up the bars, open up the restaurants.
Yeah.
And we're fine, do it. I don't think it's going to go well.
No.
And Boner candidate number 3, underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo.
Okay. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because you see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It's the winner of round 2. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other. And boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for today. Right now, you're picking your champion for round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. You can call the producer's booth and just use your voice, 877-602-9696. Vote that way. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting September 28, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Somebody else. Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so how? Are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that? I guess that's what it was. You just usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
that. And and they put
the
on
disco
the wig.
drippers.
Disco drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The disco drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the disco drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the disco drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the disco drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think.
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Sorry about that, Nick. 8:46 right now, and it is time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by by a Manhattan.
Oh, enjoy a Manhattan. I love a Manhattan. And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. $2 off pizzas, open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I will never watch Dennis Quaid again. That's what one person tweeted, and others sort of followed suit, after it was revealed that Dennis Quaid was in a controversial White House COVID-19 ad campaign, and that he supports Donald Trump. Somebody said, screw Dennis Quaid. And his cat, Dennis Quaid.
That's right. He has a cat.
He has a cat. Boner candidate number 2. This'll go well. Florida bars and restaurants packed after the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, said, open them up. Sure, we got 14,000 deaths in Florida from COVID, but open up the bars and restaurants. We can't just be closed down anymore. Open them up. And number 3, underpants, a Bible, and a boo-boo. An underwear-clad man smacking a deputy with a Bible and then defecating on himself. That did very well, number 3. Did very well in the voting, but not quite enough to overcome boner candidate number 2. This will go well, the state of Florida opening up all the bars and restaurants.
Okay, there's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. One of those 2 candidates will be boner of the day, decided by you at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. Geek News brought to you by Gina.
What did you have for dinner last night, Carrie?
Oh, I had some lamb sog. That's
lamb sog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's homemade lamb sog.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
She's been doing some experimenting. It's pretty good. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. The name of the episode, the new episode is Troll Toll. Because to get to the boy cave, you have to pay the troll toll. All right. Now, I had some casting news and new show announcements to get to, but I just got handed this breaking geek news. The world's biggest Avatar fan. Do you know who that is?
It's probably James Cameron.
James Cameron, yes.
Oh.
He has announced that Avatar 2, the sequel, has finished shooting. They have finished filming, but he's still working on 3 more of
I
these
still
movies.
haven't seen the first one.
You're not missing anything.
I didn't think so.
I would say go to Disney World and ride that ride, because it's really cool.
Okay.
But I wouldn't suggest going to Disney World right now, so maybe
Someday.
not. But
Someday
yeah,
I'll do
it was the strangest place that he announced this. Arnold Schwarzenegger chatted with him on his YouTube page for the 2020 Austrian World Summit.
What?
It was just James Cameron talking with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, Arnold, I'm done with number 2, and 3, 4, and 5 are on the way. It's very exciting. I don't know why you can't put me in the movies." All right, so there's that breaking news from the world's biggest Avatar fan. I like the way IO9 wrote that. Yes, now, if you're a DC Comics fan, you're familiar with a character named Hawkman.
Is he a man that's part hawk?
He is what you think he is. He is, well, actually, his origin is rather complicated, but if you just picture a guy with wings on his back.
Okay.
Like
that's
real
Hawkman.
wings or fake wings?
Well, see, again, that's part of the problem, is that this character first appeared in Flash Comics #1 in the 1940s, and his origin has changed so many times that at one time they were real wings, and now they're apparently wings made of this special metal. But DC fans are excited to hear that he will be in this new movie Black Adam that is coming up, with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the title role.
Who's going to play Black Eve?
I don't know.
Black Adam and Black
That's
Eve?
a little
Don't think
joke.
there is one. Yeah. But they've cast Hawkman. Aldous Hodge will be playing Hawkman. You can see him more recently in that remake of The Invisible Man that we liked so much. So you've got all kinds of great DC Comics characters in this movie. You've got some of these Atom Smasher, Dr. Fate, Cyclone. These are all going to be in this Black Adam movie. Black Adam is sort of the reverse Shazam in a way. Was originally meant to be a villain for Shazam and had all of the same powers as Shazam, but he's sort of an anti-hero now. But anyway, so that's your Hawkman casting update. And then the other thing that we got, which no one was expecting, was that Disney Plus has announced another Marvel Comics TV series that they're going to do, and it's going to be a Nick Fury series starring Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, okay.
He will return to play Nick Fury in an upcoming Disney Plus series. And Kyle Bradstreet from Mr. Robot will write and produce it. So Disney Plus has got it's like that's where all the Marvel content is anymore.
Yeah.
You got the WandaVision series coming probably in December. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is shooting again right now. Loki, which I heard was done. Then we had the casting of She-Hulk a couple of weeks ago, and the Ms. Marvel series that's coming. Plus, there's Hawkeye and Moon Knight. So, that seems to be where all the exciting Marvel stuff is happening. Now, keep in mind, and this is if you haven't seen Spider-Man: Far From Home, you didn't stay till the ending credits. The last time we saw Nick Fury was in a post-credit scene where he was on board a Skrull ship somewhere in deep space.
Hmm.
I don't know if one has to do with the other, but there you go. Now, Bill has been enjoying The Boys.
Yep.
Which is quite fun. I quite enjoy it myself. And it's been such a hit for Amazon that they're like, we want another season. Yes. It was after like the second episode went on. It was like, yes, we want another season of The Boys. So get us all signed up for that. And we'd like more if you've got anything else.
Oh, different projects, you mean?
More like this. People like this. More
so
like this.
People like this. And so what do? Well, you're getting a spin-off of The Boys, which is kind of like...
Please let it be The Deep. Please let it be The Deep.
No, that's the thing, is none of the main characters is going to get their own show. This is going to be a completely different show that takes place in that universe. It's being described as an irreverent R-rated series that explores the lives of hormonal competitive soups as they put their physical, sexual, and moral boundaries to the test, competing for the best contracts in the best cities, part college show, part Hunger Games, with all the heart, satire, and raunch of The Boys.
They kind of allude to...
It was hinted
That's right.
to.
I just thought there are apparently minor superheroes, a network of them kind of associated with the company Vought as well.
Yeah, and it was a toss-away line that Starlight had offhandedly mentioned that this company, Vought, has at least... a superhero college somewhere, one group of superheroes that it sponsors publicly, which could factor into the story. So
and it's like there are some in every state, or something like that too.
Every state has superheroes, but this is a college where they train you. So that's what this would be: is the training and competition to be in the best states and the best cities. Once you graduate. So there's no word when it could start shooting or casting or anything, but Amazon likes The Boys. And finally this. Coming soon reports Sci-Fi has greenlit The Pole.
The Pole.
Is it about strippers?
That was my first thought. It's
North
an edgy...
Pole?
It's an... Yes, Gina. An edgy animated comedy series. The series is said to concern all hell breaking loose when a scandal involving Santa Claus turns into a twisted power struggle for the red suit, as Santa he's the 20th Santa to wear the suit. He is struggling with the age-old question of naughty versus nice. His wife, Mrs. Claus, works to keep the political machine that is toy production afloat, and it isn't easy to do as they juggle the factory elves, including Santa's head elf Matilda and the activist Eleanor, as well as parenting two sons, Nick's mini-me Harry, and the Crown Prince Jack, who's not only next in line for the suit, but is also looking to rebrand it.
Uh-oh.
So it is
And it's animated?
It's animated. Bobby Moynihan will play Santa. You got Jillian Bell, Nicole Byer, Colin Jost, a whole bunch of very funny people in this The Pole, which is being made now by the Sci-Fi Channel. All right, traffic.
Crash northbound 5600 west, 24 south in West Valley. Right lane being affected there. Crash northbound Bangor Highway 17th south. Left shoulder affected there. Driver alert, there's a section of the Timpanogos Highway, SR 92, southbound on-ramp will be closed Monday, September 28th through Thursday, October 1st from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. for barrier work. Drivers should use the new Thanksgiving Way on-ramp to access southbound I-15. And there is a crash right in that same area, southbound I-15 1 mile prior to the Timpanogos Highway in Lehigh. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. We will be back with boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, all that stuff on the way. Stand by. Don'tDriveDirty.com. It's the place to go to find a Quick Quack car wash near you. There's a bunch of them in Utah County and many here in Salt Lake County.
Today only at Quick Quack's North Salt Lake newest location, they're having a fundraiser.
Oh, okay.
It's for an 11-year-old boy named Juan, whose family was in a multi-car accident. All 6 family members were injured. Juan suffered the greatest injuries, and so the North Salt Lake Quick Quack Car Wash the newest location, wants to help support Juan and his family. You can donate money for their medical expenses and get your car washed for free.
Oh.
Now, that's today at the Quick Quack Car Wash, newest location, North Salt Lake, 244 South Orchard Drive. That's right there, Eagle Ridge and Orchard Drive, where they meet. Stop by today between 3 and 6 and donate for Juan and his family to help pay for their medical costs, and you get a free car wash from Quick Quack Car Wash. Fast, clean, fun. Don'tDriveDirty.com. Go to the North Salt Lake one today, though, between 3 and 6, okay?
Reasons why wearing a mask.
Celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I will, you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and
herbalist.
A study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Oh, wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
There, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
All right, punch in the code.
We should change that message.
Yeah, tell it what we want to do. It'll rewind
Better man.
and play back
I
our
wonder if anybody's
messages.
called me.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there's one.
Hello, Bill. It's me, your mother.
My mom.
Now,
Hi, Mom.
you know that I don't mind you staying here at the house with me and your father,
Thanks,
but
Mom.
you've got to stop hiding the cat.
What?
Bill, if you're there, you'd better pick up. Bill?
Are you hiding?
Where did you put that damn cat? You little bastard, where did you hide my cat?
Would you give her back her cat?
Carrie, this is Bill. And because you refuse to talk with any of your family or friends about this,
Don't
they've
listen to
asked
this one.
me to be their spokesman.
Well,
and because you won't talk to me about it face to face, I'll do it here on the answering
What?
machine.
I forgot
Carrie,
this.
please, don't have the surgery.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. We're not talking about something that's temporary. This is major surgery.
Don't do
Once you
it.
have this done, you can't go back to the way you were.
This is
It's
nobody's
forever.
business
Please,
but mine.
If you
all
won't
right?
listen to us, please talk to your therapist about it.
I already
Don't
have.
have the surgery.
Would you just
Bye.
look? This is
I'm
none of
sorry
you guys.
that was on the air, but
None of you guys' business.
Hello?
hey, it's my dad.
Bill? It's me,
That's Warren.
Warren.
Yes.
I'm your father.
Father. Yeah.
Now, I know I don't talk very much, but I'd like to say that I'm really grateful that you've done something with your mother's
Cat.
I really don't care for that
Cat. He doesn't like the
It's
cat.
always trying to sleep on my face and suck my breath out.
That's true, actually.
I wonder what he's eating there. Jeez.
Hello, this is Dr. Stevenson's office calling for Carrie Jackson.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson, I called to tell you that OR has been scheduled for your surgery.
Oh, good.
The operation will be January 23rd. That's a Monday.
All right.
Come on,
Report to
Carrie.
hospital check-in at 12 noon.
12 noon.
Surgery is scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Your estimated hospital recovery time will be about a week,
You're a
depending on
dope.
how fast you
Hey,
heal.
shut up,
If you
all
have
right?
any questions, please call us
You're
here
a
at the
dope
doctor's
to do
office.
it.
This is
Thank you.
nobody's business but mine.
You're a
all
dope to
right?
do it.
Hello, Mr. Allred. This is Bob Appleby, head of product research and development for the Loveco Cosmetics Company.
Are you selling
We'd
co-
like to thank you for the donation of the fine cat. Thanks to you and your generosity, we'll be able to test a new line of mascara that will at last be safe and non-toxic on human eyes.
you gave the cat-
As a token of our appreciation, we're sending you a year's
What?
supply of Loveco lipsticks in assorted colors and flavors.
You gave
Thanks again for your support.
your mother's
A
cat.
year supply of lipstick. Cool. That's great.
Harry, hi, this is Miss Miller, your psychiatrist.
Oh.
You missed your appointment yesterday, so
I
I
know.
wanted to call you and tell you I think you're making a big mistake.
Told you.
Do
Look.
not go through with the surgery.
Look.
Told
Look,
ya.
I know your hero is Captain Kirk. I know how much you admire Captain Kirk. But for the love of God, having plastic surgery to make you look like Captain Kirk is psychotic.
Told ya.
Don't have the surgery.
Told ya.
Call me at the office as soon as you get this. Thanks.
You people say...
She's a paid professional.
That's all the messages.
I don't think we should do this again.
I think you're right.
For very
On this day,
a guy in Walla Vuda was born. Not Stan Ridgway.
Not Stan Ridgway.
Another guy. And I've since closed out that tab from early this morning. It was a guy. It was just a guy.
The drummer?
I'm not even sure it said. I can find it again really quickly.
No, see, I offered the drummer of Marilyn Manson.
Oh, that's my confusion.
Birthday. That's where you're getting that. Although I'm off Marilyn Manson these days, so.
Why?
I saw some video of Evan Rachel Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this, Carrie? I thought you might run across
No.
this. She was testifying not against him because the statute of limitations has run out, but in favor of some law that was trying to be passed about statute of limitations being brought against your abuser.
Okay.
And she talked about horrible things that he did to her. She was very, very young when they were together. He was in his late 30s and she was late teens.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, like horribly abusive relationship they had. And she said, and she's like in her 30s now. So the statute of limitations has run out on it. And she said, I was not okay to talk about it till now. It took me years and years and years and years of therapy to get to the point where I can talk about it now, and the statute of limitations has run out. So he got away with it. So the law they were trying to pass was a law that lengthens that time, because she said a lot of victims, it's not easy for them to come out of that situation and then point the finger and go, this person did this horrible thing to me, go get them. It takes time to get to the point where you can do that. Very heartbreaking testimony.
Here are the charges. This article is people are boycotting Marilyn Manson's music due to sexual assault allegations. Evan Rachel Wood detailed her experience with sexual assault, which many Twitter users tied to the timing of her relationship with Manson. Her allegations included threats against her life, being starved, called profane names, among other horrible things. While some fans knew of this testimony and similar allegations against Marilyn Manson, others were shocked when a video surfaced online of her actually giving testimony.
I saw it.
Some fans are now denouncing his music. Others who never liked it in the first place have used it to explain why Manson is a terrible individual. In the above video, one user explains that the dark lyrics that Manson sings and writes about are merely the surface truth about a dark individual. And that's all it said there. Did she not name him by name even?
Yeah, she did in the video testimony. She
did, okay, because I was a little unclear in that.
Did she call him Brian?
She said Marilyn Manson.
So. Oh, okay. She didn't say, and Brian did this.
But and she wrote it very eloquently. It's worth looking up her testimony if you have a minute today, because she speaks about what it's like to be a victim of that, and you consider yourself a smart person and a person who looks out for themselves, and how you can still get caught in that situation. Even if you have supportive family, even if you have friends telling you to get out, it's difficult.
That's why they here in Utah they lengthened or got rid of the statute of limitations for child abuse charges because it's sometimes many years before that people can speak about it, like she said, and talk about. It's like, and a lot of times it's like a parent abusing a child, and they don't start talking about it or be able to deal with it until they're adults.
That's what she was saying. Yeah, because she was very young when they were together. So, anyway. Weird tangent there to go off on, but I've been...
You completely ruined the Wall of Voodoo guy's birthday that we don't even remember who he is.
I got his name here.
Okay.
He was born in 1958. His name was Med Lukart, and it just says rock musician, Wall of Voodoo, and as far as I know, he's never abused anyone.
Okay, good.
We don't know. All right.
As far as I know.
We'll take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight coming up, a reasonable amount of news. All that's on the way. Stand by. X96.
During these bizarre...
So I saw this story too this morning, and did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing.
That's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC. And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
pause.
That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
One-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help them cheat and
yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Right. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news and opinioendo.
Okay.
Brought to you by.
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm, Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Shots fired outside of Taylor Swift's Tribeca apartment.
Oh.
Shots fired, bullets flying outside of Taylor Swift's ritzy Tribeca townhouse on Sunday evening when shots broke out during an armed robbery at a local shop. The second shooting on the upscale block in a month. The robbery took place at Patron of New York, a sneaker store at 151 Franklin Street, next door to the Grammy-winning pop star's $18 million home. How dare they? How dare they have a sneaker store next to her house?
So this had nothing to do with her, is
No.
basically what you're...
No. And was she home?
Probably
Doubt
not.
it. She bought the swanky. She bought the swanky townhouse for $18 million in 2017 and owns 3 apartments next door. She has spent about $50 million on property on the block, renovating properties on the block, and shots were fired outside.
Okay.
It was close. It was close. Former Vice President and current Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden demolished President Donald Trump, according to this story on Mediate, when he was asked about the upcoming debate, telling MSNBC's Stephanie Ruhle that he's not worried because Trump is a liar who isn't that smart and doesn't know a lot of facts.
Yes.
In an interview that aired Saturday morning, Ruhle asked the ex-Vice President Biden about Nancy Pelosi's latest suggestion that Biden not even bother debating somebody who has no fidelity to fact or truth. Wondering, does she have a point? Well, she does, said Biden. You know, 2 people of your consequence in the press have said the same thing, written articles about that, he said. Leading columnists who are not, to the best of my knowledge, Democrat or Republican, just leading columnists. And one of them said I shouldn't even debate him because, well, there's a crawler underneath everything he says, fact-checking as we go. Or said we shouldn't do it unless there is a crawl, which I suggested would be a good idea.
Yeah,
I think so.
Have a crawl underneath. Look, the people know the president's a liar, Biden continued. I mean, they know that. It's not like it's going to come as a surprise to them. And so I'm prepared to go out and make my case as to why I think he has failed and why I think the answers I have to proceed will help the American people and the American economy and make us safe internationally. Biden predicted the Trump strategy will just be straight attack. They're going to be mostly personal attacks. It's the only thing he knows how to do. And then he said Trump doesn't know how to
policy.
Trump doesn't know how to debate the facts because he's not that smart. He doesn't know that many facts. He doesn't know much about foreign policy. He doesn't know much about domestic policy. He doesn't know much about anything in detail. And then, to another interviewer, I think it was another interviewer, let's see. He said, so Donald Trump has said, let's have drug tests before the debate. And Joe Biden said, oh, okay. Yeah, you want to do that? Vice President Biden intends to deliver his debate answers in words. As he said, the former vice president said, well, our first debate should be made in urine, is how he put it. And he said, what do you mean it should be made in urine? He said, well, we expect nothing less from Donald Trump. He pissed away the chance to protect the lives of 200,000 Americans
when he didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He quote, he pissed away the chance to protect the lives of 200,000 Americans when he didn't make a plan to stop COVID-19. But and Biden was going to continue in that vein, and then he stopped himself, and he went. But I really
will not be tolerated any longer.
Tolerize it. He then stopped and chuckled and then said, I have no more comment on that. So he was pretty smart. He stopped himself because it could have gotten.
He knows.
He could have wandered off into the weeds there.
United States.
And the Utah Department of Health is reporting 1,068 new COVID-19 cases here in Utah. State total is now 70,615. Woo! And hospitalizations, 180 people currently in hospital in connection with COVID-19. 3,729 Utahns have had to be hospitalized. And part of the reason for that is high schools and colleges.
Mm-hmm. And it's not just in school, it's what they're doing outside of school, getting together and having parties. And
Postmaster General Louis DeJoy told a U.S. judge last week, I'm sorry, we can't put together those high-speed mail sorting machines that we use to, make sure that the mail was efficient. We took them apart last year, and we can't put them back together. I'm sorry. We just can't.
Well, then buy some new ones.
I'm sorry. We don't have the budget for that. They took apart all of these mail sorting machines. You tell me why they did that.
Yeah, they could have sold them to somebody else and gotten the money for it.
Well,
right?
But why did they get rid of them?
Exactly.
Tell me why they got rid of them.
That's the first question.
Yeah. Why would they get rid of these very efficient, high-speed mail sorting machines?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they want to slow down the mail?
And if they say it's efficiency or something, well, then why didn't you sell them instead of tearing them up and throwing them in the garbage bin like we saw?
I'm not going to give the answer. If you're not smart enough to figure the answer out for yourself, maybe you shouldn't vote.
This is why they keep saying we need an overwhelming victory for Joe Biden. So,
Yes.
so
So
they
there's
can't
no doubt.
argue these points.
Yeah, I have actually. There's a great story here in Politico. I think it is that
It can't be close, or it will give more credence to the we gotta.
Yeah, it needs to be an
investigate it and
overwhelming.
sue and blah, blah, blah.
here's why a Biden blowout matters. Because it would mean a Democratic Senate, because presumably Democrats would win along with him,
Yeah,
a larger
you hope.
Democratic House, and a huge political and policy shift. The reason why the scenario is worth reflecting on is both the consequences and because campaign advisors in both camps see it as a possibility that it may be a blowout for Biden.
Don't count on it.
I don't count on it, but the Democrats are playing it pretty smart. They're not. I think they're just letting the Trump. They're letting the country speak for itself. What Trump's actions over the last almost 4 years are directly responsible for what you are seeing happen right now in this country, and they're letting that play out. They're just saying, look at the evidence around you. This is what happens.
It's Trump's America.
This is Trump's America. This is what happens because he's in control. Not when the Democrats were in control. Maybe you didn't like some of the things that we did, but we did things in an orderly way. We did things hopefully in a humane way, and didn't create chaos. So hopefully that's what people will see. And then finally this.
Yes.
If your Cocoa Puffs taste exceptionally chocolatey lately, it's not your imagination.
Really?
That's because General Mills is tapping into nostalgia, trying to woo millennials and others via an update on four of its breakfast cereals. They've got Cocoa Puffs, Trix, Cookie Crisp, and Golden Grahams, all going back to their original recipe.
Good,
in other words,
they ruined them.
In other words, the one that's not good for you.
Yeah.
They're going back to the one
delicious one
that's not good for you. Trix will see a return to its 6 classic fruity shapes. Cookie Crisp will taste even more like a chocolate chip cookie. Your Golden Grahams will once again contain real honey.
Yes.
Now, if it is the original Cookie Crisp recipe, I remember not only was it delicious, but it ripped the hell out of the roof of your mouth.
Yep.
I remember that specifically.
I am a fan of the
Toughen your mouth up and get ready.
Cereal.
Toughen your mouth up and get ready.
All right.
For Cookie Crisp.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
You need to do that with the Monster cereals, though, because I can taste the difference in the Count Chocula.
Yep, they're not as good.
Not as good.
That's because they're better for... It doesn't matter. They're not good for you even the way
No.
they are now.
Even-
So
no,
what?
no.
Yeah, so what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go. The winner of round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. 7 o'clock hour, the winner was, that Masked Singer show? That's part of the coronavirus plot. That's according to a woman who she works for InfoWars. She does a podcast, a YouTube podcast. She's a tough political commentator, and she's a wacko. And that's going up against number 2. Well, this will go well. The governor of Florida saying, let's just open up all the bars and restaurants. Go on, let's open them up. It'll be fine. We can't have the economy floundering anymore. That's number 2.
All right. Thank you very much. Time now to vote for Boner of the Day. Here we go. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. So put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. And then text it to 33986. All right, easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Or go online, look for the box that's at x96.com. The box will say, Boner Fight September 28, 2020. You can vote there. If you don't see the box when you get to the website, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
And I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a creamy artichoke pasta.
And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Monday is open mic night with $2 off pizzas. Open daily from 11 to 10. 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was The Masked Singer, part of a coronavirus plot, according to this insane woman, Deanna Lorraine, a political correspondent for the right-wing outlet Newsmax. She knows. She's got it. Going up against number 2, this'll go well. The governor of Florida saying on Friday, let's just open everything up. Bars, restaurants, no restrictions, go for it. Sure, that'll be just great. And the winner, by an overwhelming majority of votes.
Really? Okay.
Boner candidate number 2, this will go well.
Okay. There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. All right.
So that quote you were reading, Bill, is from Biden's campaign manager.
It wasn't Joe himself?
No, and here's the exact quote. Vice President Biden intends to deliver his debate answers in words. If the president thinks his best case is made in urine, then he can have at it. We'd expect nothing less from Donald Trump, who pissed away the chance to protect the lives of 200,000 Americans when he didn't make a plan to stop COVID-19. And that's from Kate Bedingfield. She's the deputy campaign manager.
She's saucy.
Yeah, she is. Good for her.
Yeah.
So will you watch it? Will you watch the debate tomorrow?
100%.
No.
I don't know if I can bear it.
You guys, come on. It's our job to watch things and then tell people what we saw and our take on it. Why would you rely on somebody else's assessment of it? Why wouldn't you want to make your own assessment of it?
A quick question. What time does it start?
I don't know. Probably
7:00.
7.
I'll be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I can watch the highlights in the morning and be able to assess.
Okay. And thirdly, I don't need you to tell me what my job is.
And that quote is being so the quote that you saw about pissing it away, it's being researched as to whether even his deputy campaign manager said it, which makes sense to me, because when you were reading it saying pissed away, I'm like, none of that sounds right to me. So we'll
so
see
she's not saucy.
Yeah, I don't. It's being investigated if that was an actual quote or not. So anyway, yes, I will watch it, and it will probably make me not sleep tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So.
Well, then you shouldn't watch it.
No, I think it's important to watch it and see for myself, because you miss things. If you wait, Carrie, for other people to show you clips, then you're only showing the clips that they thought were important. There are other things happening that you could miss.
That's
and I'm
true.
not telling you to stay up late and watch it, but that's why I watch them.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I'm not getting any joy in life now anyway, because the Yandy company says that they're not going to make sexy Halloween costumes this year. They're the ones who often do the.
Oh, they're making sexy Halloween costumes.
But this company, they're the ones who are kind of lead the way in doing the controversial.
Yeah.
They said they're not going to do it.
No, they're making them. Read the headline again.
So they don't intend to sell. They said they don't intend to sell racy coronavirus. Oh, coronavirus
costumes. See,
they'll do the other sexy costumes. Okay.
Yeah, you'll still get sexy.
Yeah. Tiger Queen.
Everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you won't get a sexy coronavirus one.
They are going to do the sexy TikTok costume then. Whatever that is.
Sexy TikTok
Where are you
costume?
wearing a Halloween costume this year?
Yeah.
Here at home.
Your own private use?
That's
Nick, you're a costume guy. Nick loves to wear a costume.
I do. I got to figure out something. But right now, me and the girlfriend have focused on what we're going to dress our dog in for Halloween. Because that's a socially distant way.
You wouldn't have to dress him as anything. You could just say, it's Flash from the Dukes of Hazzard.
True. But we did get a cute little hot dog costume for our basset hound. So,
well, you've got that solved.
Well, but again, where are you going to go? You know, why bother with a costume?
When you have enough drinks in you, you can go anywhere in your mind.
In your mind.
Yeah.
So you're just dressing up at home.
You're going to sit in your living room in your costume.
Well, because you know that Nick lives with roommates. He lives with his brother and a couple of. He doesn't live with his girlfriend.
Right.
So, how do you actually even see her anymore, or have you been socially distanced?
I mean, I see her every other day.
Oh.
So we're fun. What's the word when divorced parents swap out the child?
I don't. So you keep the dog a few days, and then she keeps the dog.
Exactly. That's exactly
you
what
have
we
a
do.
custody arrangement.
What? I don't get that. I just don't get that relationship at all.
She works every other day, and the dog needs to be taken care of every other day, and I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
And
it's good. You get a break from the dog.
Yeah.
But if you were married and lived together, these problems would be solved.
True.
Don't make him rush to get married, Bill. He's still in school. Let him finish school first.
Well, I'm just afraid he's going to lose her because because she's and I am afraid of that because I've met her a couple of times and she's a really nice person.
It's true.
And
it's true.
And very charming and very sharp and the thing I like best about her, she was so excited to go backstage at one of our concerts. She'd never been backstage at one of our concerts. So we're backstage at a concert, and after a little while she said, "So is this all there is? Is this
exactly?
That's it.
Is this all it is?" And I said, "Yeah, it's just it's
cramped, and people keep telling you to get out of the way." That's what backstage at a concert.
I was thinking there were going to be like sex and drugs and rock and roll. No, just really none of that.
No, these people are working back here. This is how they make their money.
She was kind of disappointed, wasn't she, Nick?
Yeah, she gets celebrity meetup fantasies, right? She gets starstruck very, very easily. And all she ever rants to me about is, "Ooh, can I come backstage so I can meet so-and-so?"
No.
Yeah.
No. It's not that fun.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We'll crawl toward the exits right after this. X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Right. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello, it's carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi, he's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got... Space madness! We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about Lime Jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with Lime Jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime Jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
Okay, 9:51. Now, apparently UFO sightings are up.
Oh, I saw that in New York.
In New York State, specifically.
Yeah. Well, people have more free time because they're home, looking out the window.
That must be it.
But,
don't you think?
But every person has a camera now.
There's no reason to not have evidence.
You know.
No, Carrie, you're so excited, remember? And you fumble for it. And I can't get the kid. No, it's gone. That's what.
Yeah, UFO sightings have been soaring in New York State. Thousands of witness accounts of UFOs, but it doesn't say anything about pictures. Just people calling to report.
It was too fast. I couldn't get. That's how fast it moves. I couldn't get a picture.
It's the National UFO Reporting Center, and they're not up that much. In 2019, 151 were seen, and according to this, it's 184. So I wouldn't call that significant, but Up enough, I suppose.
Well, I can tell you as a deep diver into the UFO subreddit that there's
Nick.
a lot more quality UFO videos coming out in
There
New
are?
York, California. I saw one in Lima, Peru yesterday.
Really? So Gina's mistaken. There are plenty of there's plenty of photographic evidence.
There's weird stuff going on in the sky, and I don't like it.
Maybe it's because I never go to Reddit. Because it's made up.
How much time do you spend a day on Reddit, Nick?
Oh, way too much.
That's where Nick gets his facts. We all get our facts from our own special places, and that's where...
It's way less depressing than Twitter, I can tell you that.
I just make my own... as it occurs to me, I say it. That's where I get my facts.
There's an occasional animal video on Twitter that makes it worth hanging out there, occasionally. I saw a duck with a flower hat yesterday. Baby duckling flower hat yesterday on Twitter. Made up for all the other crap.
There you go.
Oh, there are times. There are times when little animal videos are the only thing that saved my sanity in a day.
Mm-hmm.
It'll give me just that little dopamine fix, just a little.
Just enough to keep you going.
Just Google Google David Attenborough baby gorillas.
I did. I watched it.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, now see, someone saying to me says, well, the reason UFO videos are so terrible is because if they were actually well taken, then they could be identified and they wouldn't be unidentified anymore. Is that it? Okay.
I guess.
They put out a signal blocking ray that makes it so you can't take an accurate picture. Right, Nick? Is that the kind of... Yeah?
Is that... Well, yes, in a sense.
I think Nick is saying, don't be dabbling in this. You don't really have the time or the inclination.
No, I don't.
You couldn't understand.
There's a couple of comments here. Get with the times, Gina. That duck picture was a week old.
You saw it too, though. The cute duck with the little flower on his head.
It's a week old, Gina. Boy, they dunked you, didn't they?
They've moved on.
Let's see. And Michael Rosenbaum had a UFO sighting in L.A. Well, if actor Michael Rosenbaum.
I'm not sure who that is.
He played Lex Luthor on Smallville.
That's who he is.
Oh, well. Sorry.
Let's see.
Well, let's do our promo and...
Oh, okay. Let me find that and we'll...
Move along.
Move along, okay.
And I'll go catch up on my duck videos, because I'm apparently a week behind.
Did you see the sleeping baby possum yet? Come on, that's 2 days old. Get with it.
Tomorrow, I'll bring you a story of a tiny Rubik's Cube. How about that?
I had one of those.
Animal.
No, even smaller than that. An itty-bitty Rubik's Cube.
It was like that big.
That you can still use, and they want $1,300 for it.
Okay.
Yeah? You're good? You ready?
Yeah, yeah. Start.
Don't be afraid to shake your roommates and family awake tomorrow morning, because we have a packed Tuesday show on Radio from Hell.
At 7 o'clock, we're going to give you a lesson in local vernacular with the Utah Word of the Day.
We'll also have a COVID update with Nate McDonald at 7:45, and if that weren't enough, we'll be doing Tuesday Tunes with Todd at 9.
It's all on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. It was a hard one today. I don't know why.
Was it?
Yeah.
Go take a nap. It's nap time.
Sorry. Stuck
No?
with you.
No naps?
I've got to write the Utah Word of the Day,
Oh.
Gina. Come on.
I've got audio drops I got to put in and edit, and I'm going to go get my flu shot.
And you've got
I
duck
need to do
videos
that,
to
too.
watch, Gina.
And you got to look for duck videos.
Okay.
All right. Good job, Nick. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
The sandwich that changed my life.
Corey is next.